Something happened?
Nothing happened.
Okay. Okay. You guys are listening to me, yeah?
I think so.
Gabriel, are you listening to me?
Yes.
Okay. Because we were thinking that something happened, but okay, so nothing happened. Okay, great. So let's go. So I would like to thanks Professor Walter Sino Armstrong and Professor Gabriel for accepting our invitation to be part of this board. And it's a great pleasure to have you both. And Leticia, so how it's going to work. So Leticia will have like 30 minutes, I think, 20 to 30 minutes, I think, to present her project. After we are going to the questioning phase. So starting with questions from Professor Walter and then questions from Professor Gabriel. So thank you again, guys, for joining us. And Leticia, you can start.
Okay. Thank you. So first, I'd like to thank you both to accept joining us. My project has this large title, was already written, so I won't repeat it. And it's financed by PESP, and it's part of the INCT CENI. So let's start talking about violence against women. So it's a topic that have large importance. It's one of the main goals of UN objectives to sustainable development to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. And one of the specific objectives is to eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres. So, and here we have some data about gender violence. WHO databases show that around 27% of women between 15 and 49 years old suffered some kind of domestic violence during their lifespan. So this research was done with 161 countries. In the United States specifically, there is research telling us that 1 in 3 women have suffered from intimate partner violence in their lifetime. So in here we must differentiate what is domestic violence and what is intimate partner violence. So domestic violence can be committed by any agent that is close to the victim. So it could be a father, a brother, an uncle. And intimate partner violence is the ones committed by intimate partners. So in here we can say violence committed by husband or boyfriends. These are data obtained by Map of Gender Violence, is an institution that do research specifically about this issue here in Brazil. This data is from 2023. And here we have data showing that the intimate partner violence is the most part of this, the violence against women in Brazil. So how to face IPV? We have 3 spheres in which we can do some actions to face it. So we must have society interventions like identifying risk factors like low income or low scholar status. Awareness campaigns against violence, gender violence, specific laws. So here in Brazil, we have a law called Maria da Penha, created by women that was a victim of gender violence. They have also a couple interventions, so institutions that can help better women to punish aggressors according to these laws and combat those risk factors. But in between the couple itself and society interventions, we could act in inner circle interventions. And it's there's a very few in literature about inner circles interventions, so why we're talking about it. When we look at this data, we see that most of the victims of domestic violence first sought help from family or a church or friends before they denounced to a regular police station or a specific police station that's specific to gender violence. So the presence and action of these close people, people that are close to the victim and to the aggressor, are really important. Here are real numbers, just to not talk about percentages. And we see that the reaction of this inner circle is really important to the outcome for the victim. So negative or unconcerned reactions to the victims that seek help can spoil the initiative of quitting the abusive relationship or searching for help or denouncing it. And it's also associated with victims' mental health. So if the support the victims receive are supportive or concerned about their situation, they tend to have better mental health after quitting the situation. We have done some research about it. This is the last study of my master's. And we asked very clearly and very objectively to participants how they would react if they either see a man punching a woman or see a friend of themselves punching a woman. And they had to choose between three options. So to do nothing, to try to solve the situation themselves, or to call authorities. And we see in a previous question that they consider the aggression morally wrong equally, but when we ask them what they should do, they would do. We see that when there is a friend committing this aggression, there is a larger chance to try to solve the situation themselves, like in these yellow things, and it's less likely to people to call authorities. So there is not much in literature about yeah, Gabriel is laughing about the pictures we have in here. So this is Paulo, like some years ago.
Black hair, lots of hair.
Yeah. So we have very little literature about leniency towards friends, about aggressions, but we know that we tend to be lenient towards our friends in other situations. This study retracts an ultimatum game situation. So a participant was invited to come here to the lab with a friend, and in here they found another person that they think that it was another participant, but it was a confederate. It was one of us, and they would put in the EEG playing ultimatum games. So seeing offers from money division. These offers could be either fair or unfair offers, and it was randomized, so they would see fair and unfair offers from their friends or fair and unfair offers from this unknown participant that was a confederate. And what we see here is what is largely reported in literature. So fair offers are accepted normally, and unfair offers are not accepted if it comes from an unknown person. And if it comes from a friend, it has a larger index of acceptation. And in the EEG, we see that when these unfair offers are made from unknown people, we observe this ERP called MFN that is related to an unexpected situation or a broke off a social convention. And in here, it is associated with a perception of this unfairness. And then when it is a friend making these offers, we can see that this MFN does not happen, and that the signal is inverted. So here we conclude that this rate of acceptance of unfair offers coming from a friend is not something that deliberates. It has some automatic components of not identifying that this unfairness is happening when it's coming from a friend. So, at the end of the experiment, they asked people if they perceived fairness about those two players, and they also told that the friends were more fair than the unknown person. So this perception is modified and it's linked to this automatic component in the EEG. So the main goal of all the studies I'll tell you about this morning is to investigate social and cognitive factors that may affect the acceptability and the willingness to interfere in IPV against women. So I'll tell you about 5 studies in general. 2 are EEG studies that has this design very similar to the study that I just told you about ultimatum gain. 2 studies are projected to select the stimulus that will be used in the EEG studies. And the last one is the study about a theoretical issue involved in all of this. So I'll tell you the story in this order. The first study it's called The Impact of Social Judgment Over the Perception of IPV Against Women. I'm being helped by Ana Beatriz in this study. She's a research assistant conducting this experiment. So the methods, we will show the participants a lot of violent actions. So this is one example, to shoot the partner. And we will ask them to rate these actions about their acceptability. So here are some examples of the actions people will see. And we have 2 main objectives: to determine the stimuli to be used in EEG. So we will see all of these ratings of acceptability of those actions and conduct a factorial analysis to see how they behave, if their actions that are more acceptable, less acceptable, if they group themselves in certain way, to select the stimuli to the EEG experiment. But also we have the objective to evaluate the impact of the anonymity and the participant gender on the assessments of this acceptability. So we have 3 groups in here. The first group will answer anonymously, and from this group we will take data from determine the stimuli to be used in EEG. But the other 2 groups have some manipulation. So group two will believe that their answers will be shared with a friend of them. So we'll ask some email to contact their friends and share these answers. And group 3 will believe the answers will be shared with another participant they don't know. So we will also investigate this. So we have calculated 246 participants in here, a round number, and 82 in each group. And having selected this stimuli, we will conduct the first EEG experiment that will follow the design we told you about the EEG study with ultimatum gain. So we will invite participants to come with a friend. They will here find a confederate. One of them, in fact, here we have now 2 EEG systems, so we could do this simultaneously with both participants that will come. So we'll say that the name of this participant was previously selected to be the judge of the other participants, and tell that the other 2 will be in different rooms answering questionnaires about their likelihood to engaging in violent behaviors against their intimate partners. And these participants will have to judge the answers that were given by the other 2. So this is how it will follow. So we'll show a picture of either the friend or the unknown participant, and he will say, see these statements. So this person said that under some circumstance, she or he could shoot the partner or kick the partner or any action. In this screen, we will be measuring MFN. And after this, participants will have to answer if they support this action and if they will denounce this action. Here we have the third study to select stimuli to second EEG experiment. So it's called development of an instrument to assess the acceptability of justifications for IPV. I'm being helped by Karina in this study. And the methods are quite alike. So we will show participants now not anymore actions of violence, but justifications for any violence. So we will show something like that. Participants will have to judge each justification based on its acceptability. So it is okay to, how acceptable it is to commit a violent action towards a partner if the partner spat on him during a fight, for example. And for this study, we will have 600 participants. Then we will do the factor analysis with those justifications to see how they behave. And program the second study with EEG. It's quite the same design. So we'll call friends, they will find a confederate, put in the EEG as to judge the likelihood of engaging in violent behaviors. And they will see this statement. So a photo of either friend or confederate say that he or she could commit an aggression if the partner spat on him during a fight. We will check MFM in this screen. And we will also ask if they support this action and if they would denounce this action. And at least last study is a theoretical issue. It's called the differences between types of moral judgments about IPV against women. So in all those previous studies, we are talking about acceptability, support, and probability to denounce. And we know that there are different ways of asking people about how they react to violence against women or IPV. So in here we will check if these different ways of asking have bring to us different outcomes. So this is a project that is being conducted in partnership with Duke Universities, being co-oriented by Valtins, and it's supported by FAPESP. And here we have himself telling us, along with Talia Whitley, that more judgments are not unified, right? So what we call more judgment can be a lot of different things, and we must shift towards taxonomic rigor by drawing distinction among different kinds of moral judgments. And we have this paper of Mayo that tries to give us some framework that distinguishes four types of moral judgments. He tells us that the judgments could be split in evaluations, norm judgments, wrongness judgments, and blame judgments, each one with an object, a different object of judging, different primary income information that we use to do these judgments, different speeds of when the judgment happens, and the social functions of each of them. And he tells us that we must, for future research, compare multiple judgments for the same violations. So we also saw the paper from Van Bevel that showed that when we ask about the same action in a way that we instigate people to think about moral controls or do not do this and let them think about personal values, people have having these different inputs show different answers about advices they would do. So they ask, for example, how morally right or wrong would it be for you to study? And then this is a moral construal. People think about how morally right or wrong it would be. And after this, they ask how many other people should study. So an advice that they would give to other people. And for other group, they ask how personally good or bad it would be for you to study. And after that, ask the same question, how many other people should study. And people that were primed with this more construed showed faster, more extreme, and universal evaluations of the same action. So if I was asked about how morally right or wrong we would be for study, and I think it's right, I would be much more extreme, recommending for other people to to study. While thinking about all that, we thought about an experiment in which we would ask different groups to evaluate, to give a norm judgment, and to give a judgment about wrongness of some action, and see how this would impact in punishment, support, or denouncement of those actions. So in here, we does not have yet the stimuli prepared. It would be done in next year when I will be at Duke's. But the idea is to show vignettes of IPV against women and to show to ask to group one how bad was this action, and after that, how many years in prison does the aggressor deserve? How much do you support the aggressor's action, and what's the probability for him or she to denounce him? Second group will answer these same three last questions, but first they will answer how acceptable was the aggression, and the third group will answer how wrong was this action. So with all those five studies, we have thank you. We have these main questions we think about to answer. So the first study will tell us if there are any aggression that is considered acceptable, if there are aggressions that are considered more acceptable than the others, and if knowing that the responses are being observed by someone, a friend of mine, or unknown people, change my evaluation. The second study will answer as if knowing that a friend of mine could be aggressive toward his partner makes me more lenient to this violence in comparison to a known aggressor, and if this leniency is deliberate or automatic. Third study will answer us if there are any justifications considered acceptable for IPV, and if there are justifications considered more acceptable than the others. Fourth study will show us if knowing that a friend of mine could be aggressive toward his partner makes me more lenient to his justification for this aggression in comparison to a aggressor, and if this leniency is automatic or deliberate. And the last study, the theoretical one, will show us if there is a type of moral judgment that can change the willingness to punish this aggression, to support, or to denounce this aggression. So this is some references. Thank you all for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leticia, for presenting for me. Oh, thank you very much. You are so gentle. So thank you, Leticia, for presenting your project. Many experiments. It's pretty cool. So let's start the questioning phase. So I will invite Professor Walter to be the first inquirer. Okay. Uh, so thank you again, Walter, for joining us. We're so kind in accepting all our invitations. We're really, people here love you,
Yeah.
and thank you again for
We
accepting.
put you in our slides.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I mean,
thank you.
I love you guys too, and I will say, it's a real joy to read, such interesting work and to get exposed to it and to learn about it. So I've been learning a lot, and Letitia is a great job. I think, one of the things I really love about this work is that it could have a real social impact on a very important problem around the world. I don't know if you know this, but my wife actually started a violence against women's center when I was up at Dartmouth. And so when you get
Well,
here, you get to meet her and talk about it. it'll be wonderful to have you here. Let let me ask first though about the stimuli. I'm a little worried that these actions are really short. If you ask me how bad is it to shoot somebody, uh, I don't think I'd have much trouble. But if you said, how bad is it to push somebody? I would say, well, I don't know. Like, what happened? Is this person like coming up in my face and, sticking their face 2 inches from mine and I push them away? Well, that's very different than if, they're standing on the edge of a cliff and I push them off the cliff. And so some of them seem to be so abstract, it's hard to put it in context. And so I guess one question is, that makes it difficult to interpret the data because some people are going to say, well, pushing is very bad, and others are going to say it's not so bad, but they might just be thinking about different cases of pushing. So I guess the one question is, how are you going to deal with that problem? And then I have a suggestion. But how are you planning to deal with that?
Yeah, so we have made some studies with these kind of stimuli, so very short stimuli, and yeah, we have not context for those aggressions. So we in the previous studies, what we did was to show first these kind of stimuli, so actions isolated, and see how people react to it, and after this, showing a situation that is contextualized. So you see a man pushing a woman intentionally, and it gets harmed, and we have more input about it. But we have shown this whole experiment is based on the third study of my master's, and we have used these very short sentences about aggressions, and we have seen that people behave differently in front of them. So they can show us in some scale. So if we ask how morally wrong are those things, we in fact have a really skewed data. So all the aggressions are really wrong. So I think people think about it in a very dual way. So it's either right or wrong, and then they evaluate it as wrong. But when we ask about penalties, for example, their behavior distributes in a more normal way. So there are people that can put it in a scale, like okay, shooting somebody is really wrong and it deserves a really harsh punishment, but kicking somebody, it's wrong, but it's not does not deserve a lot of punishment. So we can observe this variation in a different way. For EEG experiments, we have only put yes or no questions. So it may be, in fact, a risk we are incurring that the answers are not very, very distributed, in fact.
So let me make a suggestion about one way to maybe I don't know if this would help or not. So you tell me. But one of the nice things that I really like is that in addition to the actions, you've got the justifications.
Mhm.
And it seemed to me that you have an opportunity there. You could pair them,
Mhm.
right? You could say, this person pushed them because this other person spat on them, right? And then this person shot them because this person spat on them. And and so you could pair the different actions with the different justifications. That would give it more context. And I think it would be really interesting to see which justifications are seen as adequate justifications for which actions.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, it's a really nice suggestion. Agostinho is always blowing our minds with his suggestions. Yeah, it would be really, really interesting to see that. I cannot think at this quiet moment in a experiment design about it, but I'll sure think about it. It's really
Okay, yeah,
interesting.
something to think about. Um,
Yeah.
another question I wanted to ask was about the manipulation, because if I understood, then you're going to say, well, imagine that your friend does this thing, right? Um, and if you told me, imagine that Paolo shot his wife, I would go, what? Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what to say. Like, I just I don't. So, how are you going to tell whether the participants really believe the manipulation, whether the manipulation works? There
Yeah,
should be some kind of manipulation check to see whether
sure.
they're actually following along.
Yeah, sure. We will ask them if they believed in the end of the experiment, but the story we'll tell them is that the other participants, either their friend or the confederate, are in another rooms answering questionnaires about the willingness to engage in the situation. So in the first experiment, we will say to the participant that the questionnaire is written in that way. So in any circumstance, is there any circumstance in which you would shoot a partner or uh, kick partner and etc. So what the participant will see is that their friend said that any under some circumstance they they would engage in this kind of violence. So we will tell the participant that that what they are seeing is the answer of their friend or the confederate, so it's not an imagined exercise. But yeah, we have this risk of participants does not believe that this is really happening and believe that we are manipulating things. So we will sure conduct some pilot study, but at the end of the experiment, we must ask how much they believed on the manipulation.
Right. But they're gonna be doing a whole bunch of different manipulations, right? And so how much do they believe them? It might be that some of them they don't believe at all, and
Mhm.
others they do believe. And
Mm,
so I wonder whether you should, instead of doing it at the end for all of them, do it case by case.
mhm,
I mean, you might run a pilot and see how, which ones are believable and which ones
mhm.
are not believable. And then you can restrict your experiment to the
To
ones
the
that
belief.
the pilot study showed were believable. Uh, Again, just
Yeah,
another
yeah.
suggestion. Yeah. Um,
It's a really nice suggestion. Yeah.
no. Um, uh, and the same problem if you're asking people, what would you do? Uh, are people going to admit that they would shoot their partner? I mean,
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. They would. The last experiments we conducted were online, so maybe people show themselves more in online experiments in comparison to experiments we are here at the lab with the participants. So we have observed some unbelievable behaviors from these online experiments. So people really told us that they would give less punishment to their friends and they would not call authorities. So we have already this data, but yeah, we don't know if this would repeat in presential studies.
did you ask them why they wouldn't report their friend to the authority? Because one interpretation of that would be, if I saw Paolo, pushing some woman, then, I wouldn't turn him in because I think I could go talk to him. He's a
Yeah,
reasonable
yeah.
person. He listens to me. And so it would be more effective with Paolo than with a stranger. I don't want to go talk to this person who just pushed them. They might push me, you know. So it's going to be more dangerous and less effective. So it's, you know, um, I'm not sure again how to interpret it if they say there's less inclination to call the police or the authorities with a friend. Why is that? Is that because of loyalty to their friend, or is it simply because it's going to be more effective?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do not have data about this interpretation, but in the study we have these options, so you must choose between doing nothing, try to solve yourself, and call authorities. So if you did not choose to call authorities, it's because you choose either to do nothing or to try to solve yourself. And what we see is that try to solve themselves, it's a tendency for friends there that committed aggression. But yeah, we have this. We haven't done any survey about these justifications.
Yeah. It might be worth asking them, like, just add a question like, um, do you think that you can solve the problem by talking to your friend?
Mm,
Do you think it would, that you yourself might get hit if you talk to your friend, versus the stranger? Do you think you could solve it by talking to the stranger? And then you could see whether their estimates of how the likelihood of success, whether that correlates with, their likelihood of them intervening.
mm-hmm,
Right. And
mm-hmm.
it might be that it's probably going to explain some of the variance, but it might not explain all of it. And then the rest might be loyalty.
Yeah, and it would be really interesting to compare these justifications with EEG data. So we would have automatic data about if they are really understanding that those behaviors are fair or unfair versus the justifications that comes after all of this. It would be really nice.
Good. Um, so I'll just do one more and then hand it over. And we can keep talking more later, but I don't want to take up all the time. And you and I will have lots of time to talk, so which I look forward to. Um, this is kind of off the wall, but it's suggesting another question that you might ask. Um, it's kind of a philosophical question, but it's one thing to ask, would you report it? Or would it be wrong to report it? But one thing that interests me is the question of whether you think it would be wrong not to report the violence against women. Because I think a
Mhm,
lot of times what happens is people who commit violence against women, they know their friends aren't going to report it. And their friends aren't going to report it. They're right. Their friends are not going to report it because nobody thinks it's wrong to not report it.
mhm,
If I saw a, a convenience store robbery and I didn't tell the police, my friends would go like, what are you thinking? That was a robbery.
What's
You
that?
should, you should do something about it. And yet, when it's violence against women, people think, oh, well, you just want to stay out of it. It's a personal relationship. There's nothing wrong with not intervening, either reporting it or saying something to the person. And I think those attitudes also are important to maintaining the epidemic of violence against women. Uh, and and it might even point to an intervention that if you tell people, no, it's wrong to witness this and then just sit there and do nothing and
mhm.
to not intervene. Uh, I just, what do you think of that? I mean, I'm not sure exactly how to ask the question.
Uh-huh.
It's not
Yeah,
an
we
easy
have.
question to ask or understand, but it does seem to be important if we're looking for a solution to this problem.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I read some papers about it and I haven't seen nothing like that. Like people tend to ask if the behavior is wrong and if they would denounce it. And what we see is that they think the behavior is wrong, but they wouldn't denounce it. But I haven't seen anybody asking if they think it's wrong to not denouncing it.
Yeah,
It's really interesting. I will think about all your suggestions. It's like you can
yeah.
be a much more explainable experiment with all those addings.
Yeah, we can run a pilot and see if people can even
Sure.
understand the question. Uh, because that's part of the problem is it's not an easy question to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you. Thank you a lot. It was really,
Good.
really nice.
Well, I'll stop now and we can
For now, we will discuss a lot about those experiments.
yeah, looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Walter. We are, as I said, we are always learning from you. It was great, many great questions, many great suggestions, input. So thanks a lot. It's always a pleasure. And now we are moving to Gabrielle. Hey, Gabrielle. So the same, you can ask and Leticia answer in you, or you can put all your questions and then Leticia answer it at once. So it's up to you, friend.
Hey, Paulo. Hey, Leticia. Hi, Walter. Thank you again for inviting me to participate in this board. It's really a pleasure because I'm seeing how Leticia is going in these last years and to see that work, that text, it summarize all the work she did. And it's a very good project. It's very complex also, so it was not so easy to read, and that's a lot of details. But I have some suggestions. And first of all, I go with Valtino, the necessity of have a lot of pilots because you have a lot of exploratory experiments. So
Yeah.
I believe you need to do as ZAP as soon as possible because maybe if for example, your first experiment that you showed in the presentation, if it's not going right, so what you are supposed to do, maybe think about some vignettes. So I believe it would be good to conduct this as soon as possible to have time to change the idea if necessary
Yeah,
because
sure.
other experiments are exploratory, are new in some sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we are at this phase already collecting data of the studies for stimuli selection. So the first study I presented and the third study I presented are already being with data collection. So we have already started.
Fine, very good. And when you were presenting and you were talking about the first experiment with the vignettes, the stimuli, sorry, and the other will have the justification. And Walter said that it would be good to have these two together. I agree. And when we're presenting, I think about maybe the kind of the problem with the violence in the case of partner violence it would like be a trade-off between the action and the justification, you know. And the problem is some people believe that it's not necessary too much justification to use violence. So I believe this stuff would be interesting to understand better, you know. And it's a very good idea to run this parallel experiment if possible because it would be very, very, very interesting. And I believe it would more like it would have more detail to create a model to explain violence, you know, not using only the action but also the justification because as Walter said, the moral action it integrates a lot of information, you know, the action, who did it, and also what the reasons. So I agree with Walter with that. I believe it would be very good. And I think it would be good to have some controls in your experiments. For example, do you think that if someone passed for a situation of violence in his or her history, maybe do you believe that it would change the way he or she would answer for?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. We did not think about controlling it because we think about not collecting data from women that being better, for example, just at first to not trigger her with those situations, but also because this would be another factor to analyze, right? The women that being better versus women that were not being better. So we thought about not collecting data from those people to ask them first and to not collect them. but it is for sure a reason to change opinions and maybe to be harsher in their judgments.
I agree that I didn't read that in the manuscript, but you have some part that you say that those people, they will be excluded.
Yeah, maybe it's not in there, so I must put it there.
It would be good to have this clear, and
Yeah.
not only women, but also men, I believe. For example, if I have an experience in my life of my mother being beaten by my father, maybe it would be create this kind of overreaction, maybe overreaction, this sensibility
Yeah.
to stimuli. Okay, would be good to
Mm.
control. And did you think about using like other kind of variables such as sexism and other stuff like woman stereotype, something like that?
You mean scales
Yeah,
or
skills to control because you
okay?
did your experiment in your master's degree,
Yeah.
but and you just discarded it. You believed it's not very important, no?
Yeah. So at the first experiments I did of violence against women, we used a implicit measure. So we used some kind of IAT to see if people with this implicit stereotype of women like fragile and men like aggressive, if this implicit attitude would change something. It does not have a lot of impact. In the master study, we used the ambivalent sexism scale, and it has two components like benevolent and another one it's like hostile sexism, and none of them also explained the results we had about punishment. But we observed that the index of symbolization and internalization of moral identity has to do with it. So people that tend to show themselves as more morally correct, or to really believe that they are morally correct, this change the attitudes about it. So we have not we included this in the first study. So these studies we are collecting now have these scales, but we do not thought about including that in the EEG. So maybe it would be important data.
Good. Okay. And thinking about your stimuli, you are using more and only physical violence, right?
Sorry, I'm using what? Physical violence.
Physical,
Physical, yeah,
only physical. And
exactly.
have you thought about using like psychological violence also, or you create another study to compare, for example? Because I
Yeah,
believe it would more subtle,
yeah.
more maybe acceptable.
Yeah, the reason why I chose to study physical violence from the beginning is because it's the most evident one. So it's the most how can I say that? People look at it and say, well, that is wrong. It's wrong to beat someone. And show that in some cases it's not that wrong to people. It is what caught my attention. But we are also creating a new line of studies that are not, the design are not comparable. Maybe we should think about comparable designs, but we are thinking about experiments of psychological violence. So I'm working with Isabella and designing studies that Walter would like it, because they are not short stimuli anymore. They're stories. So we are telling stories about a relationship that starts with some psychological violence. So start with small aggression and some yelling or some bad adjectives, and then it would be scaling for physical violence or sexual violence, or not scaling at all, just staying at psychological violence. And we will see if participants can identify if that these things are aggressions, and how much they think this would scale to another kind of aggression. So
Oh,
it's a parallel experiment, and we are at the beginning, so it will happen.
okay, fine, fine. And mm, you said that when you were studying the justification, the reasons of someone could commit violence, and I think that the stimuli I saw, most of them are related to someone, the partner committing some kind of a physical aggression first. Also, really, oh,
Yeah,
is it?
there are some, they're not related to physical violence. So some of them is like if the partner does not cook the dinner, or if the partner does not took the dog for a walk. So they're all about an action of the partner. So we choose not to bring situations from the aggressor, like if he was drunk, for example. There are not those kind of justifications. It's all about the actions of the partner.
Yeah, because we have in the society, I believe, this implicit norm. It was split a long time ago that, for example, crime de honra,
Mhm.
crime, for example, if your wife cheated you with someone, for your friend, for example, you could have this license to beat her up,
Yeah,
something like
in
that.
fact, I discovered that the law of honor, the crime in defense of the honor, was extinguished in Brazil very recently. It was like 2011. So, yeah.
It would be interesting to see the justifications if, for example, using this kind of idea from society. So I believe you use some kind of stimuli that simulate the situation. For example, okay, not only if she beats me up or she have some kind of aggression with me, but also if she cheated me, or for example, if she humiliates me in front of my friend, saying, "Okay, you are a big man," okay, and so
Yeah. Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, I think we covered some of this in our stimuli. We have some justifications that are because the woman does not do her job at home. Some justifications that are women being aggressive first. Some that are women betraying and cheating. We have some of this. We'll see in the factorial analysis how they split up. But one of my personal hypotheses is that those kind of behaviors that involves cheating will be treated as more a justification, more acceptable to aggressions.
it would be interesting because you have this. I don't know if they have a hypothesis about that, but it's like something that attacks my masculinity, you
Yeah,
know. And they say about the fragile. How to say fragile?
fragile.
Fragile masculinity, So
Yeah,
I believe here in Brazil, it's very a strong reason to commit violence, and I
yeah,
believe more justifiable. Oh,
yeah,
uh, I believe you could use you did not put that in your text, but I believe it would be good to have a reaction time analysis.
mm-hmm.
Maybe you would have a lot of information
Yeah, yeah,
on reaction time analysis, how fast they respond to something.
sure.
It would be very interesting. And maybe also correlates reaction time with the kind of response, for example,
Yeah,
that's you are conducting with Votinho for
yeah,
how good, how bad, how etc. It would
yeah,
be very interesting in all the experiments you are conducting. Put
yeah.
also, okay.
Sure, I haven't thought about it, but sure, it's real, really interesting data.
And in the last experiments, to say that they are going to ask if they would report. I believe Walter asked something that
Mm-hmm.
point. And you said that they would report to authorities, is it?
Yeah,
Just
yeah, that's the idea.
okay, so to authorities. Because it would be good to see if they would like communicate in other form. For example, as what I said, talk to the friends and see what he's thinking. Or, for example, communicating to other friends. Okay, this guy beating his partners. So, for example, different kind of communication, not only to authorities, but in the other type of communication.
Yeah, sure.
And wait, sorry.
Yeah, in order to maybe somehow manipulating reputation of the aggressor in the group.
Yes, yes, yes. It would be a good idea.
Mhm.
And I thought when we were explaining, I believe it was an interesting idea to see you are seeing that if someone has a friend who would commit some violence type of violence with his partner, right?
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see the other position. If someone has, he's a friend of a woman who was beaten by his partner, for example, what would be the reaction, you know? Because
Uh-huh.
it's like it would be have some kind of masculinity also because okay, I will protect my friend, but if I'm a friend of a girl, or it would be my sister, for example, or my mother, it would be a very different situation, you know.
Mhm.
So, if in the future, test this also. I believe it would be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice idea to expand it. Yeah, I'm working more with friends of the aggressor, much because we know that in many abusive relationships, the women gets isolated from their friends, right? So it's a part of it um, to keep these women away from their family, from their friends, and the only people they have around it's the inner circle of the aggressor, of the own husband or boyfriend. That's because we. That's why I'm working with it. But it's really interesting to think about it, to think of friends of the victim.
Yes. Okay, I believe it's the only thing I have to say to you today. With more ideas and suggestions, and
Yeah.
congratulations. It's
Thank you. Thank you very much.
how I said yesterday, it's a very redondino. It's
It's a round project. I love
cool.
that.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much, Gabriel, for all your questions, suggestions and ideas. And I don't have any question for sure, yeah. But while you were presenting, Leticia, I think that we could run an analysis. It's so you're not going to need to include any other experiments regarding this idea that I had, but we have, I think, the opportunity to try to see the similarity of the EG between friends, because you are
Yeah,
going to collect both friends.
yeah, sure.
So we have the data. So let's just see if there is similarity between friends and non-friends in the way they process those kind of informations, you see?
Yeah, it would
So
be really, really interesting.
yeah, because you're collecting, so
Yeah,
you have the data.
yeah.
And you can try to do some kind of Carlin Parkinson's analysis of similarity.
Exactly. I have
And
thought to
yeah,
do this job with her. I have inclusive contact her to do this with fMRI, but
yeah,
since we have the equipment, I'm sure
yeah.
it would be really
Yeah,
helpful.
you're going to collect the data.
Yeah.
So this is an important issue. So then we are deciding that you are going to collect both every time,
Okay, that's the decision was made. Okay.
Just telling.
Okay.
Okay, but let's see. Yeah, after. Okay, so Walter and say Gabriel.
Just have to me another question I forgot.
Okay.
It's about the you said sorry. You said about the using the MFN,
Yeah.
medial front activity. But I believe it would be good also to see maybe some late potentials, for example, P3 and other later potentials.
Yeah.
Maybe they like something like the NA400, NA. I don't know if it makes sense, but maybe a late potential that would be more related to the meaning of
Collaborative.
position, and the people try to justify in a more complex way, not only in an automatically,
Yeah.
but just ideas. No? Okay.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, ideas, yeah. But I think we will do this. Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much. So yeah, Walter.
Say
So,
something.
yeah, if there's time, I have a couple more suggestions. I'm not sure how much time we have.
Yeah, you can.
There's time.
You have all the time.
Um, so one thing that I find interesting in terms of interventions is kind of not doing anything with the person anymore, ostracizing them.
Hmm.
So I think it would be interesting, instead of asking, would you intervene and talk to the person? Just, would you invite them to your birthday party? You know,
Yeah.
you might go, no, I'm not going to have lunch with this person again. I'm not going to invite them to my birthday party. Uh, Now that's no risk to yourself. You don't have to, go in and intervene. It's not even necessarily be publicly known that that's why you didn't invite them to lunch. Uh, but it's a way of intervening. Like I
Yeah.
want to dissociate myself, and I think it would be really interesting to ask, after you found out your friend did this, you know, would you have lunch with them less often, maybe? Maybe not never, but
Mhm.
less often, or maybe not in public, or because there are different types of interventions. Some of them
Yeah.
are active, some of them are just passive, like that.
Yeah, really interesting. Like some silent punishment, yeah, for this aggressor. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
sure. Thank you.
Another suggestion is something we'd have to, we can talk about when you get up here is um, how much do people really know about interpersonal violence? And that can affect their attitudes towards it. If they think, this happens every once in a while, but it's not big a deal, their
Mhm.
attitude might be very different than if they hear like 40% of women in Brazil between the ages of 20 and 35 experience it. Or I got the numbers wrong, but you know the numbers. Um,
Yeah.
so it would be interesting to manipulate that information and see how it affects their judgments of the wrongness and the blame of uh, of the
Mhm.
event, of the action, and also affects their reaction to it.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
Be really interesting, and it's could also guide social interventions to it to show numbers, right? To show people numbers about it.
yeah, show people numbers, uh, and then that might affect whether they blame the person too, because if they think, well, everybody does it, it's
Hmm.
a really common excuse, Like I ask people, well, why do you drive 65 miles per hour when the speed limit is 55? And the answer is always, everybody does it. Like, does that make it okay? uh, and and so it'd be interesting to what extent uh, showing how common it is might actually lead some people to think it's worse because it's a big social problem we got to do something about. And other people to think, well, it's not so bad because everybody does it.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and also think about the way we give this information. Like if it focus on victims, like I did, like 27% of women have been battered, or focus on the aggressor. Like I don't know if we have these numbers, but something like 60% of the men had beating in women sometime. Maybe it would change a lot the behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And one final suggestion, you probably have already thought of this, but I would suggest that, in the studies that we're going to do and that you're already starting, there's certain factors that I think we ought to track carefully, such as age.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's true, but it might be that younger people are much more aware of this problem, much more critical of it. Maybe not, but that's the stereotype. Like the old people think, oh, well, these things happen. Who cares? Right. But young people are, with Me Too movement and so on, which affects younger people more than older people, there might be big age differences that it would be good to track. Uh,
Yeah.
In the US, another factor is going to be politics. Uh,
Okay.
Liberals think that conservatives will be less judgmental about violence to women because they just don't respect women and respect women's rights. I don't know if that applies in Brazil, but in the US at least, I think most people would think the judgments of violence to women are going to be harsher among liberals than among conservatives.
Yeah, I think it's
So
an issue here
that
too.
could be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any literature on that? I don't know.
I haven't seen anything, but and also in these scales about differences between conservatives and liberals, I have not seen any item about violence against women that I can remember that I can report now. But yeah, the perception in here is the same. So we think that we imagine that conservatives do not care much about this issue, but I can record any data about it. But it is really interesting. I have included age, ethnics, and gender data in my research, but not politics. Maybe it would be interesting.
Yeah. And SES, do you get
Yeah,
socioeconomic status
Yeah.
as well? I pick another. You look at movies about violence to women. It's always poor people that beat their wives. It's never rich people that beat their wives. I mean, or less often
yeah.
anyway. Uh, and it would be interesting to find out whether what people's views are about the likelihood in different groups in society, as well as how these factors affect their judgments of how bad it is when it does happen.
Mm-hmm. Sure, sure. Thank you.
And in religion, the same thing. There can be
Yeah.
certain religions where they say, these religions just don't give the same moral status to women that they give to men. They restrict the women in various ways, and then it's okay to beat your wife because she's kind of your property. You know,
Yeah.
but I'm not saying these religions actually believe that, but that's a stereotype that other people have about those religions. Uh,
Uh-huh.
so it seems to me there's a lot of kind of demographic categories that
Yeah.
we might want to introduce and do the analysis.
Yeah, we could also include this in our observatory thing. So we are talking yesterday about conducting this large research about and to track behavior along different people in society. So I think this would be a really interesting question to include in observatories of gender equality to see if those demographic things affect people perceive IPV or domestic violence in general.
Yeah, and we can get samples through some providers that are either representative or have minimum numbers of people in the groups that we're particularly interested in, uh,
Yeah,
so that make the analysis possible.
yeah, sure, sure, it'd be really nice.
And so finally, I'll stop after this. I'm asking too many, but you got me going. There's so many ideas here.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is why we invite you.
Uh, so the other thing is, do you ask your participants, how often do you think this actually happens in society?
I do not, but
That would
it
be, I think, really interesting. You might get big differences in the estimates of how likely this particular action is.
yeah,
Uh, and that might affect how they react to it.
yeah, it is a short question. We can include it in every experiment. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, and also, how often do they think it's the victim's own fault uh, when
Okay.
they get beat? Because blaming the victim is obviously one of the things that you're interested in, and you
Yeah.
want to get that straight. Um, but they might think, that, it's often this person, shouldn't have done it. Now, blaming is interesting because on the one hand, it's a negative judgment about the person, But on the other hand, it's simply a claim she could have avoided it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not her fault, but she did have a way out. So, someone who walks down a dark alley gets raped. Uh, you guys, look, it's not her fault that she got raped, but she could have like been safer.
Yeah.
Could have had to be safer, right? It's not her fault, but she could have taken steps that would have reduced the likelihood of this.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's
and
really
so
nice.
go ahead.
Yeah, so I was thinking now about the second experiment about psychological violence because the idea is exactly to show recurrent psychological violence, and maybe people think about it like she could have left in the first yelling or in the first bad behavior. So it would be really interesting to ask if they blame the victim in this way, like she could
Yeah.
have avoided.
Yeah. you know, he calls her an idiot. Well, why? Because, and that's like verbal abuse, which is going to be emotionally traumatic to many people. Uh, and they say, well, what she did was pretty stupid. And so that justifies him in yelling, "You're an idiot."
Yeah.
Yeah. The the other interesting element here, and then I really will shut up, but you've got me excited about all this. Uh,
Yeah, I'm happy about it.
Because when it's intimate partner violence, if it's actually a couple with kids, it's
Mm-hmm.
interesting whether that verbal abuse and physical abuse is done in front of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And I think people are going to say it's much worse when it's
Uh-huh.
done in front of the kids. And that would be interesting, to track as well, because they might think, well, she did, spit on him or insult him or whatever, and then he called her an idiot, but he shouldn't have done that in front of the kids,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so that's another contextual factor
Yeah.
that might affect people's judgments. There's so much to study here. I know you
Yeah.
can't do it all at
Yeah, yeah. But it's really nice to hear. I'm very happy that this meeting is being recorded. I will have to watch it a lot of times.
once.
But yeah, a lot of amazing ideas.
Good.
And this last one that Walter just comment on is so important because many of the domestic violence happens with kids in the room.
Yeah.
So it's a true fact. So we need to understand that. So yeah, that's so important. Yeah, thinking in real lives. Yeah,
And then it affects the probability that those kids themselves are going to
will
become a
exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
And this is interesting because there is a lot of theoretical views saying that so the kids reproduce but I don't know in terms of experiments if anyone look at that. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh man, thank you a lot, Water. Oh man, you'll be all.
Don't know how are you going to do all this in one dissertation? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I think I may choose something to put on the text and conduct all the things in parallel, but yeah.
It's a dissertation for life.
Yeah, exactly. It would be like 1,000 pages.
Yeah.
You have to read it, so.
Okay. In 50 years, Leticia will defend her thesis. Yeah.
To do a lot of PhDs to cover it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Walter and Gabriel, and congratulations, Leticia. So I will send you an email with the link for those short meeting about the future of Leticia, and then we come back here. I think here we just need to turn off our cameras and the audio. So
I cannot read your lips.
yeah, and we are going to enter in another room. I will send you the link on your emails just a few seconds. So you see, we take quite an hour to deliberate about your future.
Complicated future.
Yeah, so it was easy. So congratulations, Leticia, you were approved.
Thank you.
So you are ready to keep going. Thank you. Thank you very much. And and it's great. And next year, Leticia is flying to North Carolina.
I have already the
to
visa, so
Oh
I will
yeah.
be there. Yeah.
Yeah. So soon she'll be flying to North Carolina to stay with Walter's team. You are going to learn a lot. They are awesome.
For sure.
It's a great environment. People are so nice and all the time providing insights. I have a wonderful weekend receiving feedback from the book. And for sure, they will provide you lots of feedback on your work and discussions. It's a great group. You couldn't be flying to a better group, you know. So
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm happy that these things are happening.
Yeah, it would be a pleasure to be there. I'd like to thank you again. It was really interesting contributions. I asked you to come because I knew that it would be careful reading of my work and a lot of great contributions. We saw that, so thank you very much.
Sure. Looking forward to working out all those details. Yeah.
Yeah, and to meet your wife.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
In Juno.
Yeah.
In Juno.
And Juno.
Okay.
And Juno, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the baby.
Yeah.
I was like, what's June?
Okay. So thank you guys. Thank you again. It was a pleasure. And so you are finishing the session. We'll be back at 1 p.m. in Brazil, São Paulo time with John Affleck, then Murzina, then Water, and then
Sam and
Water with Sam and Hannah, and then we finish with Ronaldo Pilates. So it'll be a great afternoon full of amazing lectures. So now let's take a break, have some lunch, and we'll be back soon. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. See you.
Congratulations.
Bye.
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 Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So we are arriving at our last session of the Rethinking the Future number 2. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, my friend John Naslick, Professor John Naslick, the man that I can say is a river to his people. We learned that when he was here in Brazil. And Professor Naslick is an expert in social and personality psychology with a cross-cultural emphasis. His research focuses on naturally occurring social interaction within person variability, multi-level modeling, interval and event contingent data collection methods. So he's the best on this thing. So anyone interested in learn cross-cultural research, multi-level modeling, all of these things, just need to read John's papers and follow his work. John earned his BA in psychology and sociology from Duke, completed his MA and PhD in psychology at University of Rochester, and what I can say more. So I could stay here talking about John forever. He's a great person, a great researcher, and I can say he's a great friend. John was here in Brazil at the beginning of this semester, and it was awesome to have you here, John. We all miss you a lot, and we do need to make it possible a new trip to Brazil so you and Mujina can come again. It was really good. We really enjoyed the time you were here. We really learned a lot from you. And I need to say that I have a great time with you in terms of personal as a personal note. So thank you very much, John, for accepting our invitation to join on the Rethinking the Future number 2, the Revenge. John was in the Rethinking the Future number 1 last year, and he's here with us again. So, John, thank you very much.
Paolo, thank you for those kind words. I'm not certain I know the man that you were describing, but I'll make believe I'm him. So today I won't be talking about much of my interest in sort of diary style research. And although the studies I'll be discussing were conducted in 2 different cultures, the United States and Poland, as you'll see, the results are quite similar. So there's really no cross-cultural aspect in terms of what I'll be discussing today. But nevertheless, I think when we talk about belief in God and religion and well-being, I think we need to recognize and to understand the cultural context within which these relationships are being examined. I think we need to understand the cultural context for most everything, but particularly for something as central to people's sense of self and identity and cultural beliefs as religion and belief in God. So first, I want to start off to acknowledge my collaborators in this, Marjana Ciprianska, who you'll hear from afterwards. Full disclosure, she's my wife, so she tolerates me a little bit better than everybody. And then also David Newman, who is a former master student of mine. He and I have continued from years ago. He and I have continued to work together. And so you'll see his name. He publishes prolifically. I'm sort of shocked and amazed. Not shocked, I'm just amazed at how much he publishes. So who knows what will happen. The quote I use to organize this research is not to decide, is to decide. And this quote is attributed to Harvey Cox, an American theologian, who, by the way, is still deciding at age 95. He's on the faculty at Harvard. And, you know, Cox's position, he writes as a Christian, but I think it applies to other faiths and actually to belief in general, whether it's belief in God or not. Not to decide. If you don't decide, if you say, I don't know, you're saying no. But if I ask you, do you believe in God? And you go, I'm not certain, that means you don't. And as Marjana pointed out to me one time as we were replying to a reviewer who complained about a single item measure, if a spouse asks a partner, do you love me? There's one answer, yes. Anything other than yes is no. Well, I'm not certain. I'm not certain is no. And this was Cox's position. And this is the starting point for this research, is to say, okay, I ask you, do you believe in God? And you go, I don't know. Well, does that mean that you're like people who believe in God because you haven't rejected the belief in God? Or you're like the people who don't believe in God because you've rejected the belief in God? And as you'll see, the answer is the second. Not to decide is to decide. So the goal of the study is to examine the implications for well-being about being uncertain about whether God exists. Most research has compared believers and non-believers. I mean, there's a lot of research out there. I'm not going to bother to try to summarize it for you today, but it's all over the place. Nevertheless, uncertainty, and uncertainty can be defined in different ways. Are you agnostic? Are you just don't know? Blah, blah, blah. That has increased over time. Belief is down, not as dramatically. Religiosity is down, but belief in God, not so much. And the two are different. A person can believe in God and not be religious. Nevertheless, what are the implications of such changes? What can we anticipate or think about in terms of the future for the fact that more and more people are saying, I don't know if God exists. It used to be most everybody believed that God existed, or at least it appeared that way. So, overall, as I said before, the research, voluminous, crazy amounts of research suggest that religiosity is positively related to well-being. And what do I mean by well-being? Better physical health, immune systems, greater life satisfaction, more happiness, almost everything. And although the strength of these relationships varies across faith, cultures, measures, countries, the pattern is quite consistent. It's very difficult to find data, to find results to suggest that religiosity in some form is negatively related to well-being. It just doesn't seem to be the case. Now, I will say, as I'll talk about at the end of this talk, these relationships are not black and white. It's not as if all religious people are crazy happy and all people who are not religious are crazy depressed. But nevertheless, the relationship is there. Why? Why is religiosity related to well-being? There's a whole bunch of explanations, and I'm not going to try to describe all of them because it's not important for this particular presentation. Nevertheless, some explanations focus on intrinsic factors. Support from God. People think of it, they view God as a sort of a father figure or mother figure, a source they can rely on for support. Belief in God or religion provides some clarity of purpose in life, forgiveness of sins, and so forth. But there are also extrinsic factors. So some people, for example, get benefits just from being a member of a religious community. It may not be their belief per se, but rather the fact that they're part of a community. They go to a church, for example, and they have friends at the church. If there's an emergency, the church helps them out. And this is a classic distinction that Allport made between intrinsic and extrinsic factors. And there are various modifications of that in the research on religiosity. But once again, that's not particularly germane for today's talk. So, belief in God. Religion is defined more or less by some type of a belief in God or gods. It comes in, well, I'm religiously vegetarian. Well, I'm sorry, that doesn't count as religion. All right, it just doesn't. And although religiosity as a psychological construct has been studied in all different kinds of ways, I mean, if you take a look at the journals and the research on this, there are many, many scales that measure all different types of things: attachment to God, God as a support figure, blah blah blah. It's really quite confusing. I tend to be a simple fellow, so like to think I like to focus on what I think are our basic issues, which to me is belief in God. For me, religion starts with belief in God. If you don't believe in, if it defines religiosity. It's the starting point. It's not the ending point, but it's the starting point. So our focus on belief in God, it doesn't mean that other ways of studying and understanding belief in God, religiosity, religious experience, and all that are not valuable. I mean, I am not saying that this is the only way to understand this. I am not a true believer in using the religious terminology. Rather, I think that this is where we need to start. We need to start with belief in God and use it as a context. I don't know where else you can start if you want to study religiosity. You have to start with belief in God. It's the foundation. Now, in terms of the specifics that I'll discuss today, a research scientist needs to measure the constructs they study. That's why we do research instead of write poems. And we need to have unambiguous definitions. That is, we need to know what is it that we're measuring. It needs to be, aside from being face valid, it needs to have some validity in terms of is it a construct that people can grasp, that represents people's beliefs. And if we measure it, we need to measure it in a way that's appropriate for the people that we're studying and for the methods. So for example, it might be great to have a study of brainwaves and belief in God, but you can't collect data from 5,000 people doing that. I mean, you can. I don't know that even Palo has the possibility of doing that. All right. So we need to blend, we need to match the construct that we're measuring with the ways in which it can be measured for the studies that we're considering. So, defining belief in God. We used a very simple single item measure of belief in God. This reflected our conceptualization that belief in God is a relatively unitary construct. You believe or you don't believe. You can say, well, I believe on Tuesdays, I believe on Sundays. Do you believe or not believe? Right. And we thought that such measures would be easy to administer in mass surveys. And you see these types of belief in God measures, single item belief in God measures, in numerous large-scale international surveys, such as the World Value Survey. Curiously, the European Social Survey, an excellent social survey, asks every question that you can imagine about religion, except the basic question, do you believe in God? They ask all kinds of stuff, but magically they don't ask about, do you believe in God? We conceptualize belief in God in terms of three distinct categories. You either believe, you don't believe, or you don't know. And we included you don't know because of the increasing number of people who express that. As I said in the introduction to this talk, that uncertains, as I will call them, individuals who don't know if God believes or not, are increasing. Why that is, I'm not going. This talk is not about why that is occurring. Rather, this talk is about what are some of the implications of that increase. Nevertheless, I think why this is occurring is an important question. We use somewhat different measures in different studies, which we believe enhance the validity of our results. One of the tensions in social science, or actually in any science, is, is there only one way to measure something? And And what you'd like to have multiple measures of the same construct so that you can have more confidence that you're studying a construct and not a measure. So for example, there's a literature on the extent to which people commit resources to decisions. All right. And all of the studies use the same technique. So the question is, are you studying some sort of an underlying latent construct, or are you studying a very specific behavior in a very specific situation? So we sort of spread it out a bit to use slightly different words, slightly different terms. And as you'll see, we get the same results, but nevertheless, we believe that there were strengths in these differences rather than weaknesses. Similarly, in terms of well-being, we conceptualize well-being broadly. We use different measures in different studies. We have standard measures of depression, for those of you not familiar with what's called the CESD, which is the Center for Epidemiological Studies Depression Scale. It's a standard. It's one of the workhorses of research. There's also the GAD-7 to measure anxiety, 7 items, easy to use, very straightforward. We measured self-esteem a few times with the Rosenberg, arguably or possibly the most frequently cited measure in psychology, and then satisfaction with life with the SWLS, satisfaction with life scale, which has been used, like about 1 billion times. And in some studies, and this will become important as I move through the results, we also measure meaning in life. So, can I ask for any questions now? I've been babbling for quite a while. Anna, can you open the floor for questions?
We are opening for questions at the end of the presentation.
Oh,
So if you
okay.
gather them from YouTube, yeah.
All right. So I assume that you all understand everything 100%. So,
Yeah.
okay, glad to hear it. I'm going to present and discuss the results of 5 studies. Some students in the US, the guinea pig of psychology, then a couple of samples of representative national samples of Polish adults, and then a couple of representative national samples of US adults. These studies were all conducted in the last 3 years, so this is relatively recent data. My general expectations were that the well-being of believers would be greater than the well-being of non-believers and uncertains. That is, uncertains and non-believers would be similar. Why? Because not to decide is to decide. If you're uncertain about whether God exists, it's not going to give you the benefits that believing that God exists provides. It's just that simple. It's not a continuum. It's not as if, well, I sort of believe God exists, and so therefore I sort of think of God as this support system, or I sort of think of this or think of that. No. If you don't believe that God exists, you don't get the goodies. You don't get the benefits that belief in God provides. This is not a halfway thing. So, and by the way, I don't want to sound like a religious zealot here. I'm not trying to say you should believe in God. I don't care what you believe in. But rather, from a psychological point of view, I believe that there's an important distinction between being committed to a decision and not being committed. And being undecided is not being committed. So, study 1. Participants were, 22, almost 2,300 US undergraduates. They were about 19 years old. And we asked a very simple question. Do you believe in God? No, not certain, yes. 3 choices. We measured well-being with the CESD, depression, GAD-7, anxiety, and self-esteem. I view these as my workhorses. I give these out in almost every study I conduct because they're so reliable, in the sense that they They tap slightly different aspects of well-being, although they're positively correlated. The general analysis, very simple, nothing fancy, was a one-way analysis of variance. Not no believers, not certain, and believers. Three groups with planned comparisons of believers versus non-believers and uncertains. Nothing dramatic. And by the way, if you do interactions with sex and all this, it's the same. I haven't done interactions with left-handed and right-handed people, but these are main effects. These are pretty strong. Here we go. If you take a look at the distribution, we've got just under half believers, about a third not certains, and about a quarter non-believers. If you take a look at the results, these are the full CESDR is typically reported as a sum score, 20 items, 0 to 4 scale. What you can see is that the believers are less than both the non-believers and the not certains, who are pretty much the same. Take a look at anxiety. It's the same thing. If you take a look at self-esteem, it's the same thing. Self-esteem is higher, and you can see that the p-values are, pretty robust here for both the main effect and the believers versus the uncertains plus those who are not non-believers. So this is as clear as can be. The follow-up tests of non-believers and not certain, none of those are significant. So it's just what we had predicted. If you believe, you're less like you experience fewer depressive symptoms, you experience less anxiety, and you have higher self-esteem. Now, what I'll call study 2A participants, study 2 were just over 1,000 Polish adults, representative national sample, about half women. As you can see, the mean age, this is adults. Mean age is 40, almost 47. In this instance, we used a scale. Do you believe in God? Definitely not, and not. And they were classified as non-believers. And then the 3 points, probably not, difficult to say, and probably yes, were defined as uncertains. And then yes, and definitely yes, were defined as believers. We measured well-being with the CESD-8, which is a 8-item version of the CESD. It's been used in the European Social Survey. Also, with a brief version of the GAD-7, we use only 4 items. The satisfaction with life scale, the K10, which is as suggested by the 10-item measure of distress. Typically, it has subscales for depression and anxiety, but oftentimes it's just used as a single score, and then a single item about how happy they were. And then the same type of analysis, a one-way ANOVA with planned comparisons. And here we go. All right, out of our about 1,200, we've got about a sixth were non-believers, and just sort of under half were uncertains and believers. Now, what we see here is we have a slightly different metric. That's why I put in scale means. If you want to ask questions about that later, I'm happy to discuss it, but it's not important now. We get a main effect and the planned comparison for depression. The believers exhibit fewer depressive symptoms than the non-believers and the uncertains. For anxiety, there were no effects, although the means were sort of supportive for something, but not really. Satisfaction with life is again strong. Believers are over 4.2. The uncertains and non-believers are 3.9. The K10 is lower for believers, and then just are you happy is higher for believers. And then as you can see, all of the planned comparisons are significant for those last 3. So once again, with the exception of anxiety, we get the same results as we did from study 1, the US students. Why? Well, existing research suggests that belief in God can help people make sense of the world. All right, so that religion, God provides sort of a touchstone foundation. Right? God is up there, if you believe in God, up or down, whatever, and sort of says, okay, I mean, I'm doing what God wants, or I have this guide in my life. And that has been reflected in a stronger sense of a purpose in life, meaning in life. Studies find that believers have a stronger or a higher sense of meaning in life than non-believers. And so the next studies examine this possibility by measuring belief in God and well-being and meaning in life, to look to see what is the relationship among these three constructs. So, meaning in life, the expectation is that meaning in life would sort of be a mediator, that meaning in life would, in an analysis of covariance, that controlling for meaning in life would reduce or eliminate the differences among believers, non-believers, and uncertains. That is we thought that, okay, yes, we have these differences in well-being. We also have these differences in meaning in life. And we just thought that, well, meaning in life will sort of be responsible for the differences in well-being. Now, meaning in life, as we measured it, has two scales: presence, which is purpose, and search. We thought that presence would be, that purpose and meaning in life would be the important covariate in these analyses. Research on search and well-being are ambiguous. And what I mean by ambiguous is some studies find negative relationships between search and well-being. Some people find no relationship. Very few studies find positive relationships. So search and presence or purpose, are horses of different colors. And the scale measures both of them. And although they're modestly correlated, negatively correlated, they're not really at all synonymous. They're not interchangeable. They're two meaningfully different aspects of meaning in life. So in study 2B, we had, well, there's a slight typo here. We still had just over 1,100 Polish adults. In this case, though, we asked, do you believe in God? No, uncertain, and yes. And we asked just satisfaction with life, self-esteem, meaning in life. And then we had an ANOVA with planned comparisons, followed by an ANCOVA, all right, with presence of meaning in life as a covariate. So, by the way, this should have been 2,100. So in this particular sample, we found that well over half were believers, which actually is a little bit better, a little bit more representative. The first sample was a bit strange. And then just about, 15% non-believers and about, say, 20% uncertains. And what you see here is the same thing we found before. We get these big fat effects, the main effect for belief and the comparison. And you can also see the same types of main effects and comparisons for both presence and search for meaning in life. But when we look at the means adjusted for presence, the difference is the main effect for belief and the comparison between believers and uncertains and non-believers disappears in both the analyses of satisfaction with life and self-esteem. By the way, I didn't post them, but when you adjust for search for meaning in life, you don't get this change. Although search has the same pattern of mean differences as presence does, it doesn't have the same influence on the analyses as presence. So when you adjust for presence of meaning in life, the differences in well-being among non-believers, uncertains, and believers disappear virtually completely. So Study 3A. Study 2 was in Poland. Studies 3A and B were in the US. Got just over 1,000 adults in the US. Believe in God, no. Uncertain, yes. In this case, we did both satisfaction with life and self-esteem again, and meaning in life. Same analyses as before. Oh, typo. Jesus. All right, here we have the CESD8, the GAD7, satisfaction with life and self-esteem. Now, once again, anxiety, we don't get the main effect for anxiety. We do get it for depression. We also get it for self-esteem. Self-esteem is higher. Presence is higher for the believers, and search is also higher. Once again, if you look down, you'll see that adjusting for presence of meaning in life wipes out the satisfaction with life effect for belief, and it wipes out the self-esteem effect. It didn't wipe out there was no effect for anxiety, and it had only a marginal effect on the planned comparison for depression. So again, this study provides reasonable but not complete support for the underlying hypothesis. We've got non-believers and uncertains having lower well-being in terms of depression, self-esteem, and satisfaction with life, but not anxiety. Anxiety seems to move in and out in terms of this. I'm not certain why. Study 3B for 2,600 adults in the US. We asked, do you believe in God or a universal spiritual being? And we had no, not certain, not sure, or yes. We measured satisfaction with life and self-esteem and anxiety from the Hexaco 60 personality measure. There's a self-esteem subscale and an anxiety subscale as part of the Hexaco 60. And then also the same meaning in life measure. And we had the same analyses before, and ANOVA followed with an ANCOVA. And here we get the same results as we've been getting all along. Satisfaction with life is higher for believers than for non-believers and uncertains. Anxiety is lower for believers than it is for non-believers and uncertains. Self-esteem is higher for believers than it is for non-believers and uncertains. And then we get our same differences. We get presence in life is higher for believers. The search for meaning in life was a little bit ambiguous. Here, non-believers were the lowest, whereas uncertains and believers had higher. Once again, if we take a look at the means adjusted for presence, we find that the satisfaction with life effect disappears, the anxiety effect disappears, and the self-esteem effect becomes smaller. So what you can see is self-esteem is 3.3 for the non-believers, 3.3 for the uncertains, 3.23 for the believers. Kind of reverses. That's because the presence in this sample, the presence of meaning and life effect was very strong, almost a full point difference between believers and non-believers and uncertains, which is much greater. So the analysis of covariance sort of really took an extra chunk out. Conclusions. The present results suggest that people who believe God exists, enjoy greater well-being than people who do not believe God exists and people who are uncertain. Such differences were found in 5 relatively large samples. The smallest sample was 1,100, using different measures of well-being. Although not all differences were significant in all samples. I'm not going to say everything was exactly the same. The pattern was clear. Analyses of covariance suggested that these differences were due to the fact that believers have a stronger belief that their lives have a purpose than non-believers or uncertains. Believing one's life has a purpose can motivate people. It can provide a buffer against stress. It's a very powerful individual difference. It's a very important way that people think about themselves. You can see that those effects here as they interact with belief in God. By the way, this did not occur with gratitude as a covariate. In study 3B, in addition to meaning with life, we asked people how grateful they were. There was a gratitude questionnaire, 6 items. And using that as a covariate, even though religious people, believers had higher scores on the gratitude scale than non-believers and uncertains, the analysis of covariance did not show that this reduced the differences in well-being as a function of belief. So something very specific about purpose of meaning in life. It's just not this sort of general positive outlook, but rather it's something about, hey, my life has meaning, which is an important construct. Limitations in the future. The effects were not strong. I didn't bother to put in effect sizes, but they were not dramatic. They were, within most terminologies of effect sizes, they were small effect sizes. Some might have been medium, but most were small. Nevertheless, small effect sizes can be meaningful when they occur over time. If we view these as dispositions, that is, every day that a person believes, every day that believers is their depression, they're a little bit less depressed, they're a little bit less anxious, their self-esteem is a little higher, that can have a cumulative effect. Also, these 3 groups are not homogeneous. There are plenty of unhappy believers. And there are plenty of joyful non-believers and uncertains. It's not as if believing in God, everybody is like smiling and everything is wonderful. And it's not if you don't believe in God, it's not as if all your life is gloom and doom. And in fact, I think one of the interesting aspects, one of the things that I'd like to move forward with this research is to look within these 3 groups and look to see what are there subgroups within these groups of believers, non-believers, and uncertains in terms of understanding well-being. Now, most believers in these studies were Christians of some kind. Although belief in God has been found to be positively related to well-being among people of different faiths, uncertainty hasn't been examined. So, we studied Christians, primarily as believers. People were uncertain about being Christians in this sense. And so it's limited. And moreover, the influence of the broader social context needs to be considered. For example, it's quite clear that religiosity, particularly in Europe, is on the decline. I don't know about in South America, but certainly in Europe, belief in God is also declining. So what does that mean? What does it mean where countries where that decline is stronger or not as strong? So more needs to be done for certain. This is just the beginning, the opening. So, muito obrigado. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm
Thank
done.
you, John. Thank you very much. And so let's open to questions. Let me see here. I think there are people there with some questions for you.
Everybody? Okay. We do have many questions. Can we start?
I will allow you to decide who asks the questions.
Great. We thought we ask like 3 questions, and then if you let us, we'll email you the rest of them, if you don't
You
mind.
can ask as many questions as you want. Don't worry.
We would like to, but we have a schedule, so we will.
Yeah, come on.
Nobody
Yes,
cares.
yeah.
Yeah.
Tell other people to rush their
Yeah.
Yeah, Marjane is happy to wait. I know. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, John. It's just always such a pleasure to hear you. We really miss you. I was particularly very grateful to see you again. I'm really, really happy to see you again. I hope you come back.
The feeling is
soon,
mutual.
Marjane.
So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Paulo and I have been scheming for a way for us to get back. So
Yeah, yeah. I have a question. I have many questions, but I'll select one because I'll allow other people to
Go,
ask
go,
the
start. Question.
So I was thinking if people, if you have this sense of community and people as religious see themselves as very moral and very correct and just, if this has a play, this social identity in some way has a play in the, has a role in the, in this aspect of people being more, having higher self-esteem and having less depression and more well-being, if
Right.
that has something to do with it.
With it could. I mean, having a stronger, see, when you talk about morality, I think it cuts both ways. That is, are you talking about the fact that people have a stronger sense of what's right and wrong?
Yeah.
Or do they
Yeah.
have a stronger sense that they are right and
That they are right.
Okay.
That they are right.
Yeah, I mean, there is some research on, conservatism overlaps with religiosity, all right? And
Yeah.
an aspect of conservatism is certainty. And so some people have argued that the religiosity effect is a result of this sort of conservatism certainty effect. I don't know how that applies to belief in God per se, because the research has been done on religiosity, which is not the same as belief in God. And I think that's a great question, and I think it would be a great study to do.
Good to know. Thank you, John. I'll let Fernanda go.
Hi, John. Thank you so much for your talk. You were really clear as usual. You always make it easier to follow your process of thought. So you can kiss both of your hands now. Thank you. Yeah, we really miss you here. Anyway,
Well, let me say, I try to pick simple ideas.
You're just being humble.
Key to having a simple explanation is to have a simple idea.
Stop lying.
We know you. You can fool us. But yeah, I was wondering if you believe that this higher levels of good mental health in people who believe in God are due to just their being religious or having someone to believe in, or by the fact that they are more conformed with life, like they're more resigned with things. Because here in Brazil, we always hear people who believe in God saying like, oh, it's what God wants. That's what he wants for me. So even if something bad happened, that's okay. It's in his plan. So I feel like these people suffer less, maybe because they trust so much. But I really wanted to hear what you have to say about that.
I think that's a very interesting possibility, which actually doesn't overlap with this meaning in life completely. In other words, it does a little bit, in the sense that if you believe that what happens is God's will, well, then you sort of go, okay, this is the purpose of life. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And so there may be some overlap with the construct of, having a purpose in life, a meaning in life with what you described. On the other hand, there's also some differences, that is, and I think there's an important distinction between resignation and acceptance, so that, or do people feel as if what happens because God wills it? If they do, then that sort of undercuts motivation in some way. In other words, if I think that I'm poverty stricken because God has said I should be poverty stricken, well, then there's nothing for me to do. It's God's will that I'm stuck here. On the other hand, saying that things are God's will sort of takes the edge off. That is if you suffer a serious accident, you go, it's God's will. I will, he has a plan for me, or she has a plan for me, and I will figure it out. I think these are great questions. And one of the goals of my research in this area is to put belief in God at the front. All right. Whereas what has happened in a lot of studies of religion is it's religiosity that's at the front. And religiosity has to do with belonging to a church. Religiosity has to do with a specific religion. I'm just a little bit more focused on the basic, do you believe in God? So, for example, Marjane and I published a study to show that belief in God is related to climate change denial, but solely because of political orientation. So believers in God are less likely to believe that climate change is real. They're less likely to engage in climate change mitigation behavior. And all of those differences disappear when you control for political orientation. So belief in God has been co-opted by the right wing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on here, and that belief in God being co-opted by the right wing is not a specific religion. I mean, it's a lot of Christianity for sure, but God is good for the conservatives. Conservatives love God. They take advantage of God. God, if I was God, I'd be pissed off.
Yeah, great. Thank you, John.
Super question.
We have one more here from Nicole, and then I think maybe Adriano and Ronaldo maybe have some other questions. So we'll have one more from the lab, and then the other guys from the Zoom will take over.
Okay.
Hi, John. How are you?
Hi.
Good to hear from you again. Your talks are always so interesting and topics super straightforward, easy to understand your presentations. I had more of a curiosity rather than a question about your study, but thinking about the relationship with well-being that you mentioned, with belief in God in general, I was wondering if you think perception of God would influence well-being, as like, certain religions emphasize God as being an enforcer and more of like his punitive nature rather than him being like a loving God. So I was wondering if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an excellent question. And in these preliminary studies, we didn't ask that. And the research of which I'm aware has, there is some research on what type of, who do you think God is, in the sense of constructions of God. And I am unaware, I mean, and there might be, because I'm relatively new to this topic, but there might be some studies that have examined the relationships between well-being and what type of a entity do you think God is? So I think that's a super question. I suspect there's an answer to it, but this is something that I've really just started, so I can't give you the answer.
Well, that's okay. Hopefully.
I hope to be able to
Fingers
answer that
crossed.
question at another time. Now is
Okay.
the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think I'll let the guys go now. I think Adriano, both of them, Ronaldo first. Ronaldo will have a question, then Adriano. Thank you.
Hey, Bruna, thank you. John, thank you for your conference, for a talk. It's really nice to see colleagues doing research in this subject. I think that believing God is something thrilling to research. So congratulations for your line of research. But I was wondering that your data I think that in two of your studies, you have demonstrated that some covariators appear to understand a little bit better this relationship between well-being and belief in God. So in your research line, are you thinking about another covariators, and what kind of variables are you thinking about to this moderation of this relationship between belief in God and well-being?
Well, no, not yet. This is as I said in response to the question about different types of God, different constructions of God. This is new stuff for me, and I'm just sort of starting to think more deeply about it. And so you're getting, and one of the, yes, there's a lot of studies, but to be honest with you, these data were available, in the sense that I had them. And so I started to think about this and I started to put the pieces together. And all of a sudden I realized I've got 5 studies with thousands of observations. And I had done some preliminary work on a small sample. And I said, wow, this is pretty interesting. And this uncertain thing, the real contribution of this study is the uncertain thing. That's an understudied or even unstudied topic. And so my primary goal with these studies was to demonstrate the value of having this uncertain category. Another set of data that I've collected, which I haven't looked at here, has to do with people who change belief, who used to believe and now believe, and people who didn't believe now believe, all the possible changes. And I'm just collecting those data, and so far they're only student samples. And you don't get a lot of change with students. You get some, but it's change, it's changes in 19-year-olds. I don't mean to belittle the importance of being 19, but if somebody who's 50 has lived a lot of life and says, I used to believe in God, but not anymore. That to me is that's a psychological phenomenon. If you're, and someone who's 50 and says, wow, my life has led me to believe in God. Those are powerful forces. And so that's kind of a parallel set of research because it's dealing with the same basic construct, belief, not religiosity, not church, not going to mass, not all this other garbage, but just the foundation of religion. Do you believe? And so now, what type of God do you believe in? I think is important, and to me, that's also foundational. Do you believe in, the Old Testament God, to use a Christian analogy, who was, a pretty upset God? He was an angry God. Or do you believe in the New Testament, the God of Jesus, who's much mellower, much more relaxed? So what I find interesting about this is that in the United States, you have a lot of what are called fundamentalist Christians. And they believe in the Old Testament God. They're angry as hell. They believe in a punitive God, that punishing everybody for everything. And so I have to figure this all out. But thank you for your attention and your question. Anything else? Happy to follow up. Adriano.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I actually studied how religious and non-religious people in Brazil regulate their emotions and how they experience certain affective states. And we found similar results. So, but one mediation pathway with reappraisal, with emotional regulation strategy called reappraisal. So, people who are more religious, they tend to use more reappraisal than people who are not religious. And we
Really?
did that with different measures. So it was really nice to see your presentation. And my question is regarding how can we connect neuroscience to this type of religious studies?
Well, I think, I'm not a neuroscientist. And so my answer will be more of a guess than an answer. I think you'd have to look to see, obviously what's going on in the brain when people invoke God. And I mean, and there have been some studies of this. I mean, Paolo, you know this. I don't know it, So then the question is what centers are being activated? What is it that belief in God, when you say, all right, think about God, what happens? What part of your, or is it your emotions? My guess is your emotional system is probably lit up. Probably not so much your control systems, if you can make those types of distinctions. And then, then I think in terms of, understanding whether reappraisal occurs, I mean, I think you'd have to look to see how believers and non-believers sort of approach negative situations, negative emotional situations where reappraisal might be a useful coping strategy. But I think, by the way, if you have a copy of that paper, please send it to me. So regardless of its status, published, unpublished, as long as it's, electronic and not toilet paper.
Okay, sure. Actually, we already translated our survey for other languages, and we are really interested in having partners to replicate the studies in other countries.
Well, then, bring it on, as they say in the television shows. So
Thank you very
super,
much.
perfect. Glad to hear. Hope to get in touch with me soon,
Sure.
like
Thank you.
tomorrow.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Adriano and Ronaldo and all people doing the questions. So thank you very much, John, for your talk. It was great, and it is always great to hear you and the research you are doing, and also an opportunity to see you. It's all the time great, yeah. And let me tell you something. I need more mayonnaise.
You need what?
The mayo.
Oh, you need more mayo. Okay.
Yeah, mayo, yeah.
Mayo. All right.
Oh
So
my
you
God.
liked it. Yeah.
It's the best in the world, Oh my God. It's so creamy. Oh man.
Yeah. For the rest of you, Paolo was talking about some mayonnaise that I brought him from the US.
So good. So people just follow John. So if he's coming to Brazil, just send a message asking for mayonnaise.
Right. Yeah, and also if you have any questions about the talk, feel free to email me, no problem. I'll take care of it. So
thank you.
All right, so my partner in crime, also my wife, is waiting to start talking. She's used to hearing me talk, so she's had enough. So I will leave you.
Thank you, John.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. So now we are moving to the next talk. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Margina Shiprianska. I hope I didn't spell it so bad. It's Margina. Yeah. No, John.
It is really good. Don't worry.
You
Oh,
do.
yeah?
Yeah. So, all right, I need to go.
Okay. So
Please stay, but just oh yes, it is okay, John.
Okay, so Margina is a social psychologist and researcher. Her main field of research is social psychology, positive psychology, and she's doing lots of research on climate action, perception, and attitudes toward climate change, and the social and psychological impact of climate change. And Margina is being involved on many actions in defense of the climate and discussing a lot of the effects of this climate change. So she was here in Brazil with us at the beginning of August. It was awesome to have you here, Margina. You provide so many ideas and insights, and also the idea that not just on research but also on the actions we need to do to face all these challenges that we are facing now. And that's why it's so good to have you here in this meeting called Rethinking the Future, because that's what we need to do. We need to start thinking about the future. The future is right now. So thank you again for being here with us, and hope to see you soon in person.
Thank you, Paulo, a lot. Thank you for this invitation, and thank you for this great introduction me and to all people who did not meet me before. And of course, I need to tell you that I miss you. Not only how it is this fruit, papaya. So when we are talking about, I am crazy about papaya, but
okay, we can do some exchange. Okay, so you take John and send me some mayonnaise, and I send you the papayas.
Okay, but of course, I miss you, all of you. And it is, I would say I'm coming back. I do not know when, but for sure it will be. And actually, I plan it seriously. If it will not happen before, I'm planning to be in Brazil a year from now, when it will be the next COP.
Awesome. Awesome.
In Brazil. So now I start this presentation, and as you can guess, it's actually, you know, the title, it will be again about climate action. I will not talk too much about research. I need to also say that recently, for the last year, I did not do too much research. I was more involved into some climate action. I need to tell you that here in Poland, I got even some, how it is called, honor, some title, green changer. So as a green changer, I will be talking now about this climate action. I will share my screen in a moment. I will share the presentation. Should be okay, window, and should be in a moment. Is it okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Great. Yeah, so it will be about taking action on climate change and social transformations. And any time I'm talking about climate change, I always put attention to social issue, to social transformations, to social changes. And in general, when I'm talking about climate change, about climate action, I put a lot of attention. I focus also on a social issue, on this pro-social activity that I think they are related to each other, climate change and social transformations. Few days ago, actually on Monday, it started the next conference that is called UN Climate Change Conference in Baku. This one that I mentioned will be here in a year. For all of you who are maybe not so much familiar with this topic, I only shortly introduce with the most important issue. So this United Nations Climate Change Conference are yearly conferences held in framework of what is called United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And these conferences serve as the formal meeting of these UNFCCC parties. That is also called the Conference of the Parties, and it is the COP. What is the goal of this? They meet. These meetings are organized to assess progress in dealing with climate change. And now the conference is in Baku, and the next one will be in Brazil. And I will just mention then about this a bit later, why I think it will be particularly important for your country. The current conference that is in Baku aims to accelerate global climate action amid escalating environmental challenges, and it focuses on securing the significant financial investments. They are necessary to reduce emissions and protect vulnerable populations. And probably, if not all of you, most of you could hear about this important number, that is 1.5 degree Celsius. And so during the conference, there is also the discussion and the reports and discussion reports that refer to climate action plans, and the goal is just that we'll be talking about the goal to meet the Paris Agreement 1.5. And here again, some very short stop about this Paris Agreement, only for people who are not really familiar with this. What is this? and something that we can hear all the time, this Paris Agreement. And to not go into some details, it is just only important to mention that this Paris Agreement is a legally binding international treaty on climate change, and it was adopted by 196 parties at the UN Climate Change Conference in Paris, France, that happened in December 2015, and then it entered into force on November 2016. And what is worth to mention it is that the Paris Agreement is, this landmark in the multilateral climate change process, because for the first time, a binding agreement brings all nations together to combat climate change and adapt to itself, to its effects. Doesn't mean that we suddenly, the whole world decided to work for this climate action. But it is I still think, important step that globally it has been realized that some important issue required this global action that is associated with global warming. So now each conference referred to this, and what is also important, this year and this another, or nations or countries will present their plan. I mean, what they did regarding this Paris Agreement, how they are, what they plan for the future. Why? And it is another critical point, some issue that I would like to introduce before I started talking about this climate action further. When I was talking about this, here it is that this Paris Agreement refer to the goal to keep global warming preferably to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and compared to pre-industrial levels. Why it is this number 1.5? And it is important because we are talking then what it will be 2 degrees, 3 degrees, and so on. These tipping points, they refer to the, or maybe in this climate science, it is, we use this term to describe what is called the critical threshold that when crossed leads to large accelerating and often irreversible changes. So that's why it is so important that with each increase in temperature, in global temperature, it brings some consequences that can be irreversible. And here is just only, I am not a physicist, so I will just only mention about this, that everyone should know, maybe everyone who is interested in this, that there is some picture that I copied from Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, where is described what will happen when the next tipping points we will pass. So now we are at this point 1.52, and what we worried now about, it is Greenland ice sheet. I mean, it is that it can be melted, of course, not immediately, but it is this moment when it started, of course, then it will be also related to rising in the sea level, and this we can imagine what can be the consequences. And then with each is the next and next and next. So we are talking about some critical points that we need to fight to not cross, because then can be not the way back in this destruction that we can, our activity can bring. I mentioned about this before, so now I will go further. So it is just the COP, this Paris Agreement, that is important because it refers to all nations, and there are some tipping points that refer to this temperature. And we now, when we are talking about climate action, we are talking about this, to do our best to not make this global warming even greater. So sometimes that's why we are talking about reduce greenhouse gas emission, to reduce, to combat climate change. And here is also something important that also refers to Brazil. I do not know if you know about this, that yesterday happened something that was spread all over the media. It refers to what is called nationally determined contributions. It is just each country present what kind of action they take to reduce greenhouse emission, what is the level in this, and what they plan for the future. And here is what happened yesterday. Yesterday, during this COP conference, Brazil's Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, if I read it appropriately, he submitted the country's new climate action plan. And what is there? It is called Brazil's Vision for 2035. So for a moment, you can try to imagine your country that can be in 10 years. Of course, I'm joking a bit. I mean, I'm quite serious about this, but of course, it is only some broad experience. But what is very important for Brazil, but also I think that for the whole country, because it is global problem, it is just at least a sign that this government, Brazil, is ready to introduce, to implement what is called now ambition plan that refers to a low carbon future, changing in economy, and generally joining the global effort into carbon reduce and just working for the future actually, and for the climate and for the environment. I will be back with this Brazil vision. You can find it. I just encourage you to see what is, and I think it is very important because Brazil is one of the greatest. It is also. Oh, okay, maybe I will stop now and I will continue it a bit later to not talk about this Brazil too early about some problems I would like to also mention and some challenges. So I will now start talking about climate action after this introduction. And when we are talking about climate action, it refers to, yes, I listed the most important solutions, but actually before I start talking about this, I always emphasize the fact that this climate action or just this climate environmental challenges that refer to each area of our lives. That's why I said climate action refers to everything, actually. But there are more and less important issues. There are more or less emergent issues. That important solutions here include, among other things, transition to renewable energy and improving energy efficiency, and also adopting sustainable agriculture. Of course, it refers also to forest and also to reducing food loss. Here in Poland, we have quite big problem with this, but also, as I know, in the US, it's even worse. And implementing climate change adaptation and mitigation measures. So on one hand, we need to have some measure that shows us this mitigation climate change. And on the other hand, we know that some changes happened and will happen. And that's why, to some extent, we also need to adapt to what happened. And of course, this is also very important fostering international cooperation, because no single country can cope can solve the problem. No individual can solve the problem. And one of the challenges that are associated with climate change action is the fact that it requires engagement actually of all people, all countries, and it requires this cooperation. Then is the now or later. Yes, we need to act, we could say, immediately, and it is very important. The quicker we react, the more involved we will be, the more likely that we avoid all these factors that can bring us or be associated with possible catastrophic vision in the future. So actually, they are both important. This immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas emission, but also long distance policies to get what we call sustainable development. And here we are also thinking about justice, about income inequality, about just generally well-being and quality of life. And here we are talking also about this transformation of economic models and things like that. Also important things when we are talking about climate change and climate action is the fact that different solutions, or even the same solutions, that are available at different levels. And here I'm talking about individual action, about community, about national action, international action, and finally it is global policies that they are discussing, that are discussed during the COP conference, for example. Then another issue that I mentioned before, it is collaboration. So it is one of the key factors that can help the global societies to address the climate crisis and reducing greenhouse gas emission. And actually, this is what is so required. We also, as I mentioned before, it is quite a challenge for all of us. When we are talking about climate action, it is also the fact that when we are asking people, what do you think about climate change, about this environmental issue? Is it an important issue? Is it a great threat or things like that? And most people usually declare that they think that climate change it is really serious threat. But they think this way, but doesn't mean that people do something with this. Why they don't do what they should, or maybe I will explain in a moment, at least to what I know, what I propose. There are many explanations. I will focus only on some factors. But what we know for a long time is that increasing environmental awareness does not translate into changes in behaviors that mitigate climate change, at least not enough. So what we know also is that it is not easy. It is not easy to make people to be active. It is not easy to introduce all these solutions that we know what they are and how to do it. So it's the question, why is it difficult for people to act on climate change? I will start with the following. It was August 2021, and I'm talking about the day when the Working Group 1, it is this part of IPCC, this Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In August 2021 was released the first part of what is called Sixth Assessment Report of IPCC. For people who are not really familiar about this, I only mentioned that it is, I would call it as probably the most important report the comprehensive report that contains review of literature about climate change, shortly speaking about how climate change is now, what is the basic, what we know, what we can predict for the future, what is the consequences, and what is the cause, and what is the possible scenario, what we can predict for the future, and what we need to do to combat it and how to adapt. And it was the day when we could, many people say, wow, it is alarm, it is red alarm. It is just that we knew it before that the situation is not good. But this report showed it clearly. Guys, it is really difficult situation. And we know there is actually no doubt that what we have now with climate change, it is caused by human activities. I'm talking about industry, I'm talking about production, how we produce energy, how we produce generally, how we use resources and so on. And that day, during the conference, Inger Andersen, who is Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Director of the United Nations Environmental Program, during the conference, she said something that I found, important. She said something like that. IPCC has been telling us for over 3 decades. 3 decades because the first report released like 1990. 1990, sorry if I am not here so precise. So over 3 decades of the dangers of allowing the planet to warm. We listened, and now it is the important, we listened, but didn't hear or act strongly enough. It's very important. It refers to what I said before. For a long time, people knew. It is anything new, that it is some 6 report that we suddenly figure it out that there is something wrong with climate change. It is just finally, the report showed that it is really emergency. So here is just this, that we knew, we were listening, but we did not hear, or it did not translate into action. And here is something. I go back to this Brazil's vision for 2035. I will read only these 2 sentences. As it renews its role as a key climate player, Brazil experienced tragedies in 2023 and 2024 that prove that climate change is already upon us. It's very important, and it represents some general universal problem. The problem is that, I lost my problem, that people respond to disasters, but not necessarily prevent them. What it means, it is just, it was at the national level, but it translates also what given society think. And it is some results that was published July 2024 by Climate Change Communication, Yale program. I really recommend it for any one of you who are interested in some research about what people think, what is their attitudes. And here the results, the description of the results is based on prior research in which they identified 6 distinct what they called audience, so like some group of people based on people's attitudes and beliefs about climate change. And these 6 groups are the alarmed, the concerned, cautious, disengaged, doubtful, and dismissive. The first group, there are people who think climate change is happening. It is human caused. It is urgent threat, And they also strongly support climate policies, and these people are usually also engaged to the extent they can. Then the concerns are similar to this alarmed, except that they see it is serious situation, but maybe not really urgent, and they believe that climate change impact is still distant in time and in space. It means that okay, it is serious, but I will think about this later. The cautious. There are still a group of people who do not know, is it this climate change happening for sure, and why? Is it serious? So who knows? They do not deny, but they are still not convinced. And then there are also some people who are disengaged. It is just they know little. They are not interested in this, and they hardly heard about this at all. Then doubtful, do not think climate change is happening, and they also, or they believe that, okay, it is, but it is caused by some natural cycles. So actually, they do not have knowledge about the basic why, what we can do, and things like that. And finally, they are dismissive, and they are convinced, they believe that climate change is not happening, is not human caused, and they are just generally opposed to most policies. So simply speaking, they deny everything what is about climate science. What is this research? Here, in this first picture, you have 15 countries that are called top 15 greenhouse gas emitting countries. So, shortly speaking, there are these countries who contribute to the greatest extent. And so here I was they started with this to see whether maybe they all are the same alarm, aware, and things like that. Now here you can find Brazil. Usually when I show any studies, when we have countries, it is just this effect that people always look for their country. As you can see, Brazil is here on the top in terms of there are most people, they can be defined as this alarmed. Most, it is like 57%. There is Mexico, there is India, Germany is here, some here down. And here, when we see all these South Americas, there is just these people who are alarmed and aware. There is quite a number. But of course, always still, we have still people who are not sure, who deny. But as you can see, most of them believe. And here, it's just why. Why is the differences? There are many reasons, but one of these is that in countries that experience climate consequences and where it's clear the connection between climate and disasters, these fires and other stuff, then people are more alarmed. Here I need to tell you, Poland is, yes, we are not alarmed recently. We were for a moment as a nation, but what I can observe in my country here in Poland is just that people started talking that they are bored. Think the situation is worse and worse, but they are bored. And here I'm not going to criticize anyone, and I'm not going to be surprised. In the next part of this presentation, I will try to explain why. It is not because people are lazy, they are ignorant or something, but there is some important reason why sometimes they avoid. But here we are talking about this effect that people respond to disasters, but not necessarily prevent them. And it is a bit our tragedy, actually, because we are waiting to the moment when it is just almost this tipping point that it can be too late. So we need to see the disaster. We need to see the consequences to finally believe it is really serious situation. That's why we have the differences between people who are engaged and not engaged. And of course, this one factor is that they finally saw, oh, there is really climate change. There is really some consequences. And here is, instead of being surprised, we can refer, and here is the open space for psychology, and that's why I always recently especially repeat that psychology here is really, it has played some crucial role in understanding and explaining some people behavior. Because when we are talking about climate action, yes, it is some, by its nature, it is natural science, yes, it is not psychology, it is just this climate change. But actually it is social problem, because we know that all these problems are caused by some industry, by some economic model, some, simply speaking, by our lifestyle, sorry, and just general behavior. But on the other end, it is also that the consequences people will pay for this actually behavior, and also only people can change the situation, and they can save themselves. It means that actually it is social problem. And when we are talking about the situation, when we have solution, when we, as humans, we know what to do, but we have problem with this engagement in introducing some solution. Actually, the question is why? What kind of mechanisms? And here is really the space for psychology to help to understand how people behave. What is the psychological mechanisms that sometimes help to change behavior, and what is the obstacles? So here is some sample of this. So we know that it is how most people work, how our brains also work, that the visible effect of climate change, they really help people to move into long-term thinking and acting, mainly because they finally see, people react to what is concrete. Of course, they are not completely helpless when they have abstract things, but they react quite quickly to some concrete, to some disaster that is going right now. Short term versus long term. Or people have this tendency to ignore problems without immediate obvious impact. Sorry, I do not know if you can still see me and hear me, because I have here some problem with my presentation.
Okay. It's fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it was, I do not know what happened. Here, sometimes I'm talking about some, what I called innocent problem. It is that, look, we know that there is some even alarming situation, but I have so many things to do right now, so many other urgent problems. So sometimes people are thinking, okay, I know it is important, but I will do it tomorrow, but maybe in a week, in a month, I need to pass my exams. And then it is this effect of innocent week. Week is no problem, but there is the next and next and next. So when we do not have this pressure, we usually try to postpone. And also it is another thing that when we are talking about climate change and all this environmental issue, it is so complex, and it is really difficult for most people to understand what is going on. It is difficult to understand the systemic issues. There are multiple factors that contribute to this climate change. There is this, what is called this complex interconnected causes and effects. And also, what is probably the most difficult is, as what I mentioned before, no one can solve the problem alone. So it is also the challenge for our sense of efficacy. We usually think that we have control over some things, that we have this sense of efficacy when we can see the direct effect of our behavior. Then I do something and I see effect. Then I know I control it. I have some contribution to this. And here, no way. There is really the issue that needs to be this action on each level in each country. And it is sort of a problem because then sometimes people think, why should I do something when other people don't do anything? No, my answer is that because then you can think about this, that you can be a model for other people instead of following other people that don't do anything. And also we need to also understand that there is no negotiation with nature. There is this clock that tick tock, and we do something before it will be too late or not. And in such situation, I do not think they don't do anything. It is rather we do what we can and put this pressure on others to do the same. Here, maybe I will not just talk about the brain, because I control time and I see that I have probably like 20, maybe 25 minutes, no more. I am psychologist, and usually when I am asking by some, for example, journalists to talk about climate change, about climate action, and they ask me why people do not act, they expect me to talk about personality. Fine, and I talk about this. I'm talking about some mechanism, about some cognitive barriers and things like that. But we will never solve the problem why people do not act when we will not put attention to some external factors. That is called denial machine. It is that people are not only faced with information, scientific facts, what is going on, but there is also the whole ocean of disinformation that is called denial machine. Here I just have some abstract from honor thesis from John, in this to you, William and Mary, one student. He prepared a great work about denial machine and its effects on climate policy, and it was in this American context. And this denial machine is just the like organization, like cooperation among organization and individuals who have who fight policy and the science behind climate change, and to make it slower or just even cancel or block some climate policy. And we have data that shows that it is really a big problem. Here I have also some report from Influence Map that it shows that, for example, this denial machine is it is associated with, for example, some spreading some ads that play on existing community values to build support for the continuation, the economy as it was, to using carbon, to still continue this carbon intensive economy. And we are more and more aware of this, that climate advocates need to understand and work to counter this campaign, this disinformation. Otherwise, we will be always do something without effect. So we are also need to be aware of the whole disinformation that make it even more difficult coping with climate action. I always mention about this to just say that it is not that people are so stupid that they cannot understand anything, that they cannot process. It is also the fact that the situation is really difficult. They are not prepared to understand really what is this global warming, what is this carbon emission and things like that. So it is important to put attention to this. And here I have some point. Denial machine and fear. when we are talking about climate action, there are many times we are talking about this, that people are stressed by this information about climate change. They're afraid of listening about this because of some possible catastrophic vision and things like that. But I want to show that actually this denial machine works quite well on fear, I would say. Why? Here, look at this, please. It is this denial machine and fear. It scares with, how it is called, false threats. So actually, it scares people that climate policy destroy values, take away freedom, destroy economy, and they provide simple solution. Just they show this enemy are all these people who work for climate action. They are called terrorists and things like that. They are presented as enemy, and some solution is just to fight it and to ignore this information and do not accept any climate policy. So actually the message is, let's fight for status quo. Don't change anything. And it might be quite easy when someone told you, easy, don't worry, don't change anything. Whereas climate communication is also associated with fear, but from different perspective. Because when we are talking about climate communication, it informs and of course induce fear about real threats, the catastrophic consequences of climate change. But look at the solution here. It requires changing in the habits, lifestyle, and it might be difficult. And it doesn't show you some real enemy that you only can fight, that you need to do something. So here we have these two positions that both are associated with fear, but in the first time it is just this fear helps or just make people that avoid change. And here this fear should make people to change, but this change is not always easy. It is difficult and it is not so effective. So recently, or even for some time, I also heard about this, or you can also hear about this issue of fear from another perspective. It is sometimes we tell people, sometimes I hear, don't talk about this threat because then people will be scared and they will ignore the problem. It is not the issue. Please remember this denial machine even use the fear, but they show also some solution. Here is that moment control. I need to control the clock, the time. I was going to show you some piece of how to say, some film about report that was published just in October. It is very fresh. It is called Living Planet Report, and it's really scary. I mean, for example, we can find out that the situation with extension, with this biodiversity, losing biodiversity, it is really drama. It is like on average 73% decline in wildlife populations since over the last 50 years. And of course, everything has consequences on our lives. And then suddenly you can think, moment, we are also some beings. So we suddenly can realize that it is really something wrong that goes on. And it is this fear. And here some people put attention to this and they say, don't scare people, don't tell them anything. But then my question is, guys, how I can talk with people about action, that they need to combat something when I do not tell them what is going on? So here is some misunderstanding, I think. The problem is not that people can't be scared by these possible disasters or these disasters that they can see, or this crisis, the catastrophic they can envision. The problem is that they do not know what to do with this. Because usually when we see threat, when we feel fear, it motivates us to do something, to look for some information, to see what is going on, to find solution and to cope with this. But how you can cope when you do not see any solution? So the problem is with many messages is that they present the threat, but they did not provide any possible pollution that we introduce all the time. They don't solution that are available for people to do some action. And here I will show you some issue around this. So actually in the center needs to be action, climate action. But we of course need to talk about threats, but not to only to talk about this, to make people aware, but more like to justify why we need to act. But the focus needs to be on action. And what is very important is to make people aware what they can do, how they can do. And because it is not enough to know there is a threat, it is not enough to know the action is needed. What is crucial is just that people need to be able to act, and they need to believe that this action has sense, and also that there is no other option than action. Otherwise, they will again postpone. So here, what seems to be crucial it is to realize that climate action requires long-lasting changes, permanent changes in daily habits. And we know that it's not easy to change habits. So because it requires effort, it is some reactance, it is some anxiety. So it is, when we are talking about this climate action, it is very important to have some schema, to understand that when we want to convince people, we need to just be careful about this, how we show them the goal. So when we tell people, please mitigate climate change, it will not work because they want to see effects. And so they do not see any effects. It is not the goal that we should put for individuals. Yes, we can say we all are responsible. We need to contribute to some behavior. But what we can do is to focus people on what is local, what is concrete, what they really can do, and they can see some effect. And we need to remember that all these local things that are about caring, about environment, that is around us, when we are talking about this consumerism, when we are talking about pollution, all this stuff contributes to the global issue, but we shouldn't change it. So when we are talking about energy transformation, it is just mainly a system problem. So there is on the governmental issue. But what individuals can do, they can support some policy or not. But in general, it is important to focus people on these things that they are available for them to do and they can see effect. Here I will omit all this stuff because I need to just talk a bit faster. So when we are talking about this action, it is important to allow people to understand what they need to do, why, and show them the effects, not only that they will resign from something, that they will sacrifice something. What is also important, taking into account some psychological mechanism, is that it is more likely to engage people in some action when they will see some goal that they want to achieve, that is possible to achieve, and they brings them some benefits. And these benefits doesn't need to be only money, only some goods. It can be also satisfaction. It can be also some sense that I belong to some society. It can be also that I have some beauty around me and I feel better. It's also about this. So it is also important to show people about collective action. It is also to explain that it is not you only, but when we are talking about climate change action, it is we. And it is also some challenge sometimes because we were trained to compete. It is just my success, my program, and here it is just that we need to cooperate and do things together. And it is also, of course, important to develop social norms, to work on this, to refer to values, that what is important to people, and some meaning. And also another issue, I think very important, I like the topic. In many, and here it is from this Living Planet report, some key findings. And the message at the end is we can restore our living planet if we act now. And it is true. And here is act for our planet. And my question is it really that we save the planet? Or maybe it is the different story. Maybe the story is not about saving planet. Actually, the story is about saving humans. And probably it is also important, is changing in our perspective that a planet doesn't need us. Actually, we all know that planet as a planet would be much better, unfortunately, without us. I hope that we still stay and we finally realize that we are actually quite nice guys. We all people. It is just something went wrong, and now it is just to repair it. And here we need planet. But so, of course, when we are talking saving the planet, actually it is saving the planet for us, but probably generally for this message, and it's important to have this message, save our health and our lives, because the story is about us. When Amazonia disappear, it will not disappear, but when we damage it, the more we damage it, the more we damage also our lives. And the consequences in damaging the environment, we will feel in our lives, in our health. And actually, right now is the problem. We can see, we can feel, we can experience the consequences. And at this moment, I always put, underline or just show that when we are talking, because we are talking about this, that the environmental problems are caused by human activities. Yes, but I would precise it. It is industry, it is consumerism, it is this production that there is never-ending story with this. So this destructive activity, it has negative impact on the planet, but also on well-being. It is good to see from this perspective that what destroys planet destroys also us, our well-being and mental health. And here I refer to this, that it is this indicator of stress or mental problem of this, that we are more and more tired. It is this burnout. It is actually people are more and more lost. So it is also too important to realize that when we work on the environmental issue, when we are focused on this problem with consumerism, we actually do some good things for our well-being and mental health. So it is also, when we are talking about climate action, is also about changing the perspective. And I started with this COP conference. So what I found out a few days ago, it is that it has been announced what is called this Human Development Day, that represents this changing in this perspective that climate change poses complex challenges to human development, requiring a holistic approach that treats education, children and youth, health, jobs, and skills development as interrelated issues to be supported by increased finance and coordinated policies approaches. So it is. And it is not the first time that we realize more and more that actually it is about us, and we need to put again humanity in the center, but I would say not in these egoistic, egocentric terms, but sometimes I said to solve the environmental issue, we need to see a human. human that suffer, human that is tired, human that is used and damaged by some not adaptive economic models. Not the fact that the whole economic is wrong. No, we are talking about some lifestyle that doesn't serve us, and it is good to see the human. I am approaching the end. And finally, what is important to us as psychologists, it is also the issue of education. So I mentioned about this before, but we know that when we are talking about climate action, it is just this, the key to driving climate action is just education, and the better educated people are, they are more resilient and more critical, of course, to this disinformation. And finally, psychology. I mentioned about this at the beginning, so I will not repeat it. And I am now here in Poland. I try to, I have this my private campaign that I say, I try to show that without psychology, we will not solve the problem. And actually, psychology is just this, like, I do not know, like this, something that is between all these problems that can coordinate it, that we can help how to provide any solutions, that we can help to how to understand people, to introduce some solutions when, for example, when we are talking about social innovations, this design thinking, it is psychology. It is just how to talk with people, how to convince them, how to help them to introduce some policy. And two people who I met before, I only wanted to mention that I continue my run for life on Earth, and I decided to continue it for the whole next year, that I'm going to join any runs and go with the sign Run for Life on Earth. And the first is behind me, and I ran really in Poland. And I was running with also some message, leaving no one behind. And I got the finish line with the person who was the last. And the last person was the person who was after chemotherapy, after cancer. And she was really a hero. And also it showed me that usually people do not put attention to this, who is last. But I could see what kind of heroes can be these people who fight. And it is also some metaphor to me for our lives. That when we are talking about environmental issue, we are not talking about only environment. We are talking also about society, about income inequality, about this exclusion, about inequality, about human rights. And it is very important to think about this leaving no one behind, because when we are talking also about climate consequences, climate change consequences, it is that the fact that who will suffer the most, it will be the societies, these people who contribute the least. And to make it more healthier, we need to also look around, and it's again this to see a human. Of course, my last run, I hope it will be here in Amazonia, and we found some trail that it will be some run that it will be in next November in Amazonia. And I'm going also to talk during my races, have some meetings and have some campaign about saving Amazonia. It is my new love. And at the end, some sentence also from the conference that is now in Baku. It is on earth, in society, between people and nature, should reign harmony and consent. Otherwise, humanity will destroy itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marjana. It was a lovely talk. We are so happy to hear you talk about your work, and we are very proud to see you being recognized by it. So congratulations, and we really appreciate you to take the time to be here with us today. We do have some questions, but because of the time, I will ask if you mind us to send you the questions by email, and then you're getting back to us with the answers. Do you mind?
It is the question to me because I couldn't hear well now.
Sorry. We do have some questions, but we don't have the time to It
Answer.
sounds bad for you. I'm so sorry. Yeah. We don't have the time to ask them now. Do you mind if we send the questions by email so you can get back to us
Of
with the
course,
answer?
yes, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You
that
know, you
would
know
be
I'm open to things like that. Of course.
yeah, great. So thank you so much. I don't know if you heard
Thank
me,
you.
but congratulations for being recognized with for your work. So thank you so much. And we hope to see you next year here in Brazil, and hopefully you get to see Amazonia.
We see you. Thank you.
See ya. I'm gonna hand
Thank
over
you.
to Fernanda, who's gonna introduce the next talk. Thank you.
Okay, so once again, thank you so much, Professor Margena. Always really nice to hear you. And I'm going to introduce now my proudly co-advisor, Professor Walter Sinnott Armstrong. He's overall a friend in the lab, but he's also a Chancellor Stillman Professor of Practical Ethics in Duke University's Department of Philosophy, and also the Keenan Institute for Ethics. He also leads experiments in his Moral Attitudes and Decisions, which is called MedLab, which I just love. And overall, he's a great professor who always has great ideas to share with us. So it's always nice to hear from you. And today he also has two other speakers with him. So I'd like to introduce Hannah Reed, who is a mixed methods researcher with a focus on empathy in human and human-computer interactions, responsible AI, as well as the ethics of the new digital technology, and also Sam Murray, who is an assistant professor of philosophy and neuroscience at Providence College, and also works on issues related to self-regulation, forgetfulness, and cultural variability in moral attitudes. Well, thank you all three for accepting our invitation. So feel free to start whenever you feel comfortable.
Oh, good. Sam is putting them up. Thank you so much for that introduction and for the invitation to speak here. This is one of our favorite projects, which is actually a co-project with Paulo and Valdir and some people down there in Brazil. So I'm very sorry that we couldn't be there to talk about it in person with y'all. But we'll do our best to get the main ideas across here. I want to say, even though I'm like listed as the speaker, Sam and Hannah did all the work. So I want to make sure that they get most of the credit because they deserve it. So let me see. There we go. Okay. Oh, I know we've got our code here. So I think, if we're going to talk about polarization and reasons, the first thing we got to get straight is what is polarization? And it means different things to different people. Sometimes it means the difference between the group means. What's the mean attitude among Democrats and the mean attitude among Republicans, how liberal or conservative they are. But of course, the means can be far apart, and yet they overlap quite a bit if they're spread. And so another measure of polarization is homogeneity. To what extent do Republicans agree with Republicans and Democrats agree with Democrats? If you have distance plus homogeneity, you're going to get not much overlap between the two groups, like in the 2017 picture in the right, and it's even more extreme today. So what does this lead to? Sometimes people talk about polarization as isolation. You never even listen to the other media. Liberals don't listen to conservative media. Conservatives don't listen to liberal media. I've had many friends tell me I would never, live in that town because it's so conservative. And I'm sure conservatives say I wouldn't live in that town because it's so liberal. So they don't even end up talking to each other. That is, of course, associated with antagonism. I think they're a bunch of idiots. I don't like them. I think they're immoral. I think they're lazy, whatever. And incivility, look at the in the bottom right there, insane clown president. Now, is that the way you're supposed to talk about the president of your country? But the degree to which people do that is sometimes used as a measure of polarization. So that's incivility in external discourse. Misunderstanding and lack of understanding. I can't tell you how many times I've had somebody say, I don't understand how they can believe that, or I don't understand how they can vote for that person. You know, what could they possibly be thinking when they support that policy? Things like that. That's lack of understanding. And the misunderstanding occurs when somebody says, oh, yeah, I know why they hold that policy. Here's why. And they give you a reason, which really is not the reason that the other people hold it at all. Polarization is also related to rigidity, refusal to compromise. I hate you guys so much, I'm not going to give an inch in the direction of your policy. And that leads to gridlock. So the number of bills that are passed in Congress just goes down and down and down to the extent that there's polarization and no majority that can just override the others. So what we're going to do is focus on these two that are outlined in red. Misunderstanding and lack of understanding and antagonism, internal attitude, because we think that they're related, that misunderstanding fuels antagonism. Here's some evidence for misunderstanding. I don't know how well people in the room can see this, but if you look on the top left there, properly controlled immigration can be good for America. And if you ask, what are Republicans' actual views? It's 78, almost 8, it's probably 80 something percent agree with that statement. And yet Democrats predict that only 50% of Republicans would agree with that statement. So there's 33 points difference between the actual view and what the opponents think. And similarly for racism still exists in America. Democrats think that, half of Republicans agree, but actually, looks like almost 80% agree. And so they're just misunderstanding. And the same goes on the other side. If you turn to the right now, most police are bad people. How many disagree with that? Well, Republicans think that less than half of Democrats will disagree with that, when actually, it looks like, high 80s disagree with that. So people just don't know what positions the other side is holding. And what are we going to do about this? Stanford mega study just came out very recently, 75 authors, 30 something thousand subjects, and they measured partisan animosity, support for partisan violence, and support for undemocratic practices. And they tried 25 interventions or treatments that were supposed to reduce those three measures. And it turned out that there was only one intervention that was among the top 5 most effective for each of the three constructs. And that was correcting cross-partisan misperceptions. If you could correct their misunderstanding of what the other side holds, then there's going to be less support for partisan violence and so on among the other three measures. So if you look at the bottom left, if the perception looks like that, everybody thinks that the other side is way far away from them, but the actual is that there's quite a bit of an overlap. Then you show them the actual data, and they're going to be less prone to these extreme views about the other party. So what they did in order to measure this was they said, guess what most Republicans support. If you're a Democrat, they would say, guess what most Republicans support. After each question, we're going to tell you what actually happened, and you'll get the real data. So in one example, would most Republicans support laws that made it easier for Republicans to get elected? Right? And you might say, definitely. But in fact, the answer might be never. They would not support that. And so you can measure how far their answers are from the real data And then when you show them the real data, it changes their view of the other party. It undermines that misperception. But we want to say it's not what counts, what matters to polarization is not just a misperception of what the other people believe, not just their positions, but also the reasons for their position. Because if you just know they hold that view, you don't understand why they hold that view, you don't understand them, and you don't respect them as somebody who might have reasons for something that is different from what you believe. My favorite example of this is Ann Atwater and C.P. Ellis on the right over there. Ann Atwater was an activist in Durham, North Carolina, where I live. C.P. Ellis was the head of the Ku Klux Klan, and they hated each other, but they were forced by circumstances to actually work together during a couple of weeks when they were actually meeting and co-chairing a committee getting public input on a policy decision for 8 hours a day. And they got to know each other. And one crucial point, which is in this book, The Best of Enemies, which I highly recommend, is Ann Atwater turns to C.P. Ellis and she says, look, you don't want to let Blacks into the schools, into the public schools that your kids go to. Why not? And C.P. Ellis said, because I want my kids to get a good education so they won't have to spend the rest of their lives poor like I am. And Ann Atwater said, I want the same for my kids. And then all of a sudden, they could talk to each other. When they understood each other's reasons, even though they disagreed about the policy, but they understood each other's reasons, maybe they could work together. And so that is kind of the inspiration for our project, which Sam is now going to tell you about. Hi, Sam.
Hey, thanks, Walter. Okay, so before we can kind of look at how well people understand each other's reasons or the effectiveness of interventions that are designed to promote understanding, we first need something to measure understanding. So we've run a couple of studies, not all of them, but we're going to show you the results that we're going to use to sort of develop this measure of understanding and some of its effectiveness at mitigating the polarization that Walter talked about. It's a multi-stage process, right? So I'll describe the different steps here. The first is we need to collect the reasons that people have, that partisans have for holding different positions, right? So just simply asking people, you said that you agreed with this statement. Can you say why? You said you disagreed with the statement. Can you say why? And collecting lots of those responses. The second step in this process is to give those reasons to people on the other side of the political spectrum and say, here's a reason for a position you oppose. What do you think about it? Is it a good reason or is it a bad reason? And getting lots of information about those in and out party assessments. We do that. So this is both the in party and the out party. So in one study, we gave the reasons to people on the other side. In a different study, we gave the reasons to people on the same side of the political aisle and said, what do you think about these reasons from your team? The next study, which is in progress, so we won't show you that today, is to look at the meta-perception element of this. So not just what do you think of these reasons, but what do you predict the other side would think of these reasons? And that's a way to start to develop understanding. That's in progress. So I'll show you the results of the first two. And the last step, right, we've been doing this in the United States with the political situation as it's defined in the United States right now. Once we've done it here, we want to do it again in Brazil to see how well these interventions travel to other political and cultural contexts. And I want to reiterate something that Walter mentioned in maybe slightly different language, right? The overall point of this, or why we're sort of targeting antagonism and understanding together, is because ultimately what we would like is to do something that increases the perceived rationality of the other side, right? And to try to promote a willingness to compromise. I think part of what erodes the idea that somebody who disagrees with you is your political equal is the idea that they're stupid and that you can't trust them. So I think if there was a better understanding of the reasons that were behind why people hold the positions that they do, then we might see a greater willingness to compromise, greater efforts towards bipartisanship, right? Getting past some of the issues that are sort of plague democracy today. Okay, so in study one, this is sort of the collecting reasons phase. What we did was we took a list of the 30 most polarizing statements in the United States. This was based on data done by the Pew Research Center, which is one of the major kind of polling agencies in the United States, does a lot of stuff with political attitudes. And here's a sample, I'll give you a sample of 5 of the particularly polarizing ones based on this list. So the government should allow fewer immigrants into the country. Gun laws should be stricter. Children should learn that someone can be a boy or a girl, even if that's different from sex at birth, right? These are ones where people on the left, there's a big difference between, how people on the left think about these issues and how people on the right think about these issues. So what we did was we recruited participants from an online platform. We gave them this list of statements, right, one at a time. And then we asked people, do you agree or disagree with this statement? And we gave them the option of saying unsure, but we said, like, please don't pick unsure unless you really, really, really are unsure about your position. And then we asked a couple of follow-up questions. For each of these, we asked people to think about somebody who disagrees with you on this issue. How well do you understand why these people have different opinions from yours? That was done on a 0 to 6 scale. We also asked people, how angry or upset do you feel toward people who disagree with you on this issue? 0 to 6. And then intelligence. How smart or informed are people who disagree with you on this issue? So people responded to those items for each of the statements that they saw. And then on a random subset, we also asked people, briefly describe why you agree or disagree with that statement. And those are the reasons that we're interested in understanding why people think what they do, or the positions that they hold. All right, so a quick rundown on the demographics was 840 people, representative on age, gender, ethnicity, and political affiliation in the United States. So roughly even split between male and female identifying individuals. 12% black, 61% white, 10% mixed, about an average age of 46. And then you see here at the bottom, 28% Democrat, 26% Republican, and then 41% independent. I know that these categories don't completely align with, I guess in the United States, we talk about liberal and conservative. I guess for people who are unfamiliar, Democrat is the left-leaning party in the United States, Republican is the right-leaning, and independent is an increasingly difficult group to understand in the United States. You get some libertarians, but the big thing here is like Democrats are on the left, Republicans are on the right. Okay, now this is a lot. I put so this is all of the topics and the distribution of agreement or disagree. I wanted to focus your attention on the 10 panels that had the most polarization in terms of disagreement, or a difference between agreement and disagreement. Those are the ones that are highlighted in red, and then I put them here on the side in text. This isn't extremely important, so I'll just highlight a couple things that I think are interesting from this. So abortion, 2 out of the top 10 had to do with abortion. You can see here at the top, abortion should be legal under any circumstance, and abortion should be legal when the baby is likely to be born with severe disabilities or health problems. 3 of them actually, because it appears the government should allow abortion. There's an item about immigration, which is still, for anybody who followed the recent US election, this is still a massive talking point in the United States. There's an item here about the police here at the bottom. So it's, things that, again, coming from the situation in the United States, are not completely surprising. These are sort of some of the issues that very strongly divide the left and the right here in the United States. And that's what we're finding here. Now, I want to show you, I showed you those items about understanding anger and intelligence from before. And I wanted to show you here that the correlations between those items, I apologize that some of these are a little bit faint, so I don't know if these can be seen, but the correlations are roughly the same whether you're looking at Republican or Democrat participants. So the correlations don't change much depending on political affiliation. What you can see here is, big, kind of nice, modest-sized correlation between understanding and intelligence. So people have more understanding if they think the people they disagree with are more intelligent. But there's a very small correlation between understanding and anger. So the less you understand somebody, the angrier you are at them. But anger and intelligence is also a pretty modest negative correlation here. So the dumber you think somebody is, the more angry you are at them for disagreeing with you. That's what you can see here. Okay. Now, like I said, we had 30 different topics, and what I did with Brianna Nguyen, who's an undergrad at Yale, who's helping us out with some of the stuff over the summer, she and I went through and kind of categorized all the different reasons people gave us into different kind of topic domains. So you can see one example here. We looked at how do people think about the government's relationship to immigration control. You can see, like, people give lots of different kinds of reasons for their position for or against. The biggest one on the disagree side, so these are people who have a more left-leaning view on immigration, talk about anti-hypocrisy. Right? So this is people saying things like, America is a nation of immigrants. And so to be more restrictive with immigration is hypocritical to what makes us the United States. On the other side, you see kind of two predominant reasons. One is responsibility to citizens. So this is the idea of, like, take care of the people who are here rather than letting more people in. And need for control. The idea of, like, the government needs to exert more control over who comes in because we need to make sure that bad people aren't coming in. I'm not saying I agree with this. I'm just trying to kind of give you a characterization of what we saw from people who gave us reasons on this topic. So here's some examples. On the disagree side, as I mentioned before, immigrants are what helped build this country. This is a real response somebody gave. Right? Their cultures and ideas are what make us able to be better as a whole. On the other side, this would be sort of the responsibility to citizens thing that I mentioned. It's getting to the point where we're overpopulated and have a huge increase in homeless population. Until we get that resolved, I agree with the statement. Right? So this was pretty indicative of the kind of response we got. I think people took it relatively seriously. They gave us about 2 or 3 sentences on what they believed. Although I think there was one outlier where a woman wrote maybe 65 sentences, but that was not the norm. I was somebody who had a little bit too much time to take our study. So what we did was we got I think almost 1,000 reasons that were after we had cleaned everything and sorted them into these different categories and tried to reduce repetition. We got 1,000 reasons, and so what we did in study 2 was we wanted to look at, well, how does a different group of people evaluate the quality of those reasons? And so what we did was we took the reasons that we got from study 1 and we handed them to a different group of people and said, hey, are these good or bad reasons? What do you think? So we recruited people from online. We had them take that same intake survey that we mentioned before. So, like, here's a position. Do you agree or disagree? And then in one version of the study, we only let people see reasons for positions that they disagreed with. In another study, we let them see reasons for positions they agreed with. And then we combined all the data, and that's what you'll see here. And then after they did that evaluative task, we had them answer questions about how warm they feel towards Republicans and Democrats, how moral they think the other side is, how intelligent they think the other side is. And you can see here at the bottom, we got almost 1,600 people. It was representative on all these different categories. Again, about 28% Democrat, 28% Republican, 41% independent, and then a couple other people who identified as other. Okay, so here were the questions that we asked. They took a big intake survey, and then they were presented with the reasons one at a time. And we said, okay, think about this reason for disagreeing or agreeing with the position. To what extent is this a good or bad reason to disagree? with that statement. 1 is a very bad reason. 100 is a very good reason. And then after they had done that, I think we showed them 5 reasons across 5 topics. So they saw 25 statements in all. And then after all that was done, we said, how do you feel about Republicans or Democrats? That should be a 100 there for feel favorable and warm. That's a 0 to 100 scale. And then we gave them these items to measure intelligence and morality. So we said, think about the average Republican or the average Democrat. They always evaluated the person who was on the other side from them. So if you identify as a Democrat, you're told to ask about the average Republican. And we said, are they not, how much do you agree with these statements? They're not smart, they're irrational, they don't think clearly. These all track intelligence. And then we also asked them about these characteristics that are about how good of a person they are. Are they immoral? Do they have bad intentions? Are they willing to harm other people? And those were always done at the end of the survey. Okay. So when we look at the assessment of reasons, you can see here, so what we've done here is we've taken the topics that are where agreement is kind of characteristic of a left-leaning person. So in the United States, it's predominantly Democrats who would say white people have advantages in society that black people don't have, or wealthy people don't pay their fair share in taxes, right? If you agree with that, that means that, or that people on the left will typically agree with that more than people on the right. And so what you can see here is each line represents the quality, the average quality for these different topics. So up at the very top, what you can see is Democrats, when they evaluate the reasons for this statement that white people have advantages in society that black people don't have, Democrats think, yeah, those reasons are pretty good, right? I mean, 0 to 100 scale, they're coming in around 72. You can see here the highest agreement is global climate change is a major threat to the world, and gun laws should be stricter, right? But a lot of the Democrats think, yeah, the reasons here are very good, and the independents are, for the most part, right in the neighborhood. And these are independents who lean Democrat. On the other side, you can see here, Republicans, for the most part, think the reasons are below the midpoint. That's represented here with this dotted line. So the lowest, again, which probably you could guess if you follow the politics in the United States, the lowest here is children should learn that someone can be a boy or girl, even if that's different from sex at birth. Right? So teaching kind of transgenderism in school. Abortion comes in pretty low. The one difference for Republicans is they think that public schools have a positive effect on the country. And then the lowest one for Democrats is that mainstream media organizations can be trusted to report on national events. So, everybody's kind of skeptical of the media, and both sides seem to be able to come together and agree on the value of the public school system. Okay, now moving over to, these are statements where the people who agree with them tend to be people on the right in the United States. They, strengthening the military, tougher on crime, that the police are sort of a positive force. Now, one interesting thing here is, for the most part, Democrats come in over the midpoint for half of these. So Democrats seem to be much more receptive to Republican reasons when they view them. And again, same thing as we saw before, Republicans, for the most part, when they see the reasons for these positions that they agree with, they tend to think that the reasons are pretty good, and Democrats don't. So you can see there's sort of this partisan split between how the left and the right think about reasons for these different positions. But here's what's really interesting in terms of the polarization. So when you look at that measure of warmth that we gave people at the end, right, you can see here with this orange line, and I'll describe it narratively here, that when people look at the reasons for the other side, as they see the reasons increasing in quality, they feel warmer towards their political opponents. So out-party warmth, right? The warmth that you feel towards the other side politically is positively correlated with quality of reasons, which we think makes sense given the position we started with, which is as you see the reasons for opposing positions as better, you feel more warmly towards those people. But you can see here with the purple line, if you just look at the reasons that your team gives, then you feel colder towards the other side. So that seems to reinforce, like, just looking at what your team has to say about its views reinforces some of that negative polarization. And we can see that pattern even here. Okay. Now, this is looking at the assessment of intelligence, the intelligence and morality of the out party. And remember, this is on a 0 to 6 scale. The other thing to keep in mind is that these measures were all negative. So what we want to see is getting closer to 0 rather than going up. Up, it means that you see people as stupider and more immoral. Lower means that you see them as smarter and more moral. And so what we could see here is if you look at intelligence, that's the orange line here, right? As people see the quality of reasons going up, their assessment of intelligence improves, right? So they see the other side as more intelligent. And this moral line here is flat. Now, what I haven't shown you is that that's because if people just look at their team, then they tend to think of the other side as more immoral. So even though there's no effect, this is actually reversing a negative trend that exists kind of naturally, this morality line. So it's actually it's a positive thing that this is flat, because normally what you'd see is that this line would go up, would have a positive slope from left to right. Okay, so that's really nice. It's and again, that's what we would expect. As you see better reasons for the opposing positions, you think of your opponents as more intelligent. And then we also ask those anger and understanding questions from before. And so what you can see here is a similar trend, that as you look at the reasons on the other side, as the quality of those reasons improves, the anger toward the out party goes down. And likewise, the understanding of the other side goes up, right? So, and that's what you'd expect given the negative correlation we saw in study 1, right? As one goes down, the other one should go up. And that's what we see here. Perhaps obviously, right, your understanding goes up because now you've been given different reasons that maybe you didn't know about before. And the effect of that is it mitigates your anger that you feel towards the other side. So that's pretty encouraging. So that's at least a positive sign related to sort of intervention, about the effect that reasons can have, or understanding reasons can have on affective polarization. And I think now we're going to transition to Hannah to talk about how we can scale up this intervention digitally. Okay, Hannah.
Thanks, Sam. Awesome. And thanks everybody for having us. We're happy to be here. So like Sam mentioned, sort of drawing on all this and all this work, we're really hoping to address two big challenges that any depolarization effort, including ours, sort of faces. The first big challenge is engagement. So essentially, there are very few opportunities to engage constructively with political opponents in ways that are depolarizing and promote cooperation. And the second big challenge is scalability. So we've got these really interesting and promising interventions, but they're very difficult to scale often and to make available to a sufficiently large portion of the population to really see the kind of meaningful impact that we'd hope to see. So keeping those challenges in mind, Sam can head on to the next slide whenever we're ready. We're really we're working on this mobile app in hopes of overcoming those. So our mobile app, at a very high level of description, aims to create scalable opportunities for constructive interactions across political divides. And in the context of these interactions, we can create situations where opponents can give and listen to reasons, and where we can hopefully observe some of the effects that Sam just walked us through, but at a much larger scale. So our app draws first of all on this positive intergroup contact hypothesis. There's been so much work done on this really interesting hypothesis about the components that go into a positive intergroup interaction and ultimately lead to things like reduced prejudice, increased respect, increased cooperation, and those sorts of things. So the key components of these interactions is not sort of mere contact, but contact that involves equal status amongst the participants, cooperation, so some activity that requires them to cooperate towards a common goal, and support by social or institutional authority. So not sort of throwing people, into a situation where there isn't any support and letting them sort of flounder and figure things out for themselves. But particularly when we're thinking about getting folks to engage across really emotionally charged lines, thinking about ways where we can create a kind of institutional or other kind of support system to ensure that the interactions go well and that these other components are realized. So that's kind of lurking in the background of the way that we've approached the app and how we're thinking about building it. The second piece of our inspiration comes from this jigsaw classroom and actually connects really nicely to the C.P. Ellis and Ann Atwater case that Walter mentioned early on from Durham, North Carolina. So the jigsaw classroom was designed to promote more positive interactions in newly desegregated classrooms in the U.S. in Texas. So as you can imagine, these were incredibly fraught situations, often even physically violent. Kids were, for the first time ever, sort of put together in situations where they were having to interact. And teachers were really at a loss for how to make sure that these interactions would be constructive and positive, and that kids from these different communities could get a great education. So the jigsaw classroom draws on this positive intergroup contact hypothesis and creates opportunities for kids to come together and cooperate and depend on one another in order to complete sort of shared tasks or common goals in the classroom with teacher support. So we can see how it ticks some of these crucial boxes required for this positive contact to have the effects that we hope that it would have. And we can talk in more detail about the mechanics of the jigsaw classroom if that's of interest to anybody, but just for time's sake, I'll move on to just briefly describe our app, which is essentially a digital version of the jigsaw classroom, but a gamified version. So the jigsaw classroom has never been used. It's super successful in a classroom context, but it's never been used online, and it's never been used in a kind of political context of the sort that we're interested in. So a lot of open questions for how well this will perform sort of in the wild, so to speak. But what we've done is created an app, a game for political opponents to play with one another, where they have to cooperate and depend on one another in order to complete different tasks and quote unquote escape from one room to another. So we're sort of also inspired by these escape room games that you may or may not be familiar with. So I'll just walk you through quickly the sort of general flow of the app. For any first-time user, you go through the onboarding experience, which just briefly explains how you're going to play the games, the mechanics, logistics, and then asks for some really basic demographic information. And it asks people to also self-identify on this liberal conservative slider. Then, once you're all onboarded, you choose a game. So suppose you chose immigration. You'd then see this intro screen where you read a bit about the issue, just sort of, as neutral as possible, description of the issue. And then Sam, we can go ahead and skip to the next slide whenever we're ready. You hit play, and then you see a reason for one of the views you might have about the issue you just saw. So you see a reason for one side of the issue on immigration. So here's an example. Your teammate, on the other hand, will have seen a reason for the other side. You then enter a chat room where you and your teammate share the reasons that you just saw, And then you each quizzed on both of the reasons. So your reason, the one that you saw, and your teammates. Presumably, they will be reasons, one of the reasons will be one that you agree with, and the other will be something that you don't. And then we can go ahead and go to the next slide, Sam. You will escape the room if and only if you both get all the quiz questions correct. So you both have to sort of have understood and be able to convey clearly whatever reason you saw, whether or not it's one you agree with, and you both have to be able to pass the quiz on those reasons. And then you move on. It sort of goes on like this. There are 4 or 5 rooms for each issue, and then you escape and move on in that way. We're toying with different ways to up the gamification aspect. So thinking about how you might see your performance on a leaderboard as compared with other teams to sort of motivate engagement. But Sam, we can go ahead and actually just skip to this last slide. We're going to wrap up with just some questions that we have for you. There's several we have about the app, but the first question we really we'd love feedback on from this group in particular about everything we've talked about, all of the studies that Sam walked us through, the app, anything about some of the assumptions you might have picked up on or anything at all. What are the key considerations that you think we need to have in mind when we're working together with your group on translating this project to Brazil's political context? As Sam mentioned a few times, a lot of the things we're thinking about are really salient and top of mind here in the US, especially with the recent election. But, to what extent does any of this translate to Brazil's context? What tweaks might need to be made? How should we be thinking about this? We'd really love to hear from you. And then I'll just quickly run through if any of these pique anybody's interest and you have thoughts, you even something that comes to you later and you want to follow up via email. We're really always interested in ideas for how to improve the app. But one question is how we should frame the app to encourage political opponents to play. So we're doing research, we're seeing what kinds of interventions might be effective, and we're thinking about how the app might be included amongst those. But ideally, we really love the app to be a tool that's made widely available. That's part of how it meets that scalability challenge we talked about. So a question is how to frame the app such that people want to play. Another question here is how to improve the gamification features. I didn't spend a ton of time on those, but happy to talk more if it's of interest. But really, we're looking for ways to make this as fun as possible to really drive engagement. And how can we keep people coming back? So how often should we change the issues? Should we create new content so that people are interested in playing? And what's the best way to promote civil and constructive conversations in the chat? This is a really tricky question in any kind of online context, but something we're certainly thinking a lot about and would love any and all feedback from you all. I will stop there and we'd love to hear any questions you have or reactions.
Thank you all for this. It was really interesting to see everything from the methodology to the results we've got until now, and also the questions about the app. I was thinking that maybe it would be really nice for us as like a group to do a meeting about this later, so we can maybe exchange ideas with more peace and calm and time, because we've got a kind of tight schedule, but we would love to help adapt that into Brazil. But I mean, from what we've seen here, it's already pretty awesome. And I think it's a really great idea overall. And we do have a few questions, if you don't mind. So yeah, I'll start with mine because I'm already speaking. So yeah, I'm just really interesting to see the results and excited to see what they're going to look like in Brazil, since we have this same kind of polarization, but here is a little bit different, like what's polarizing for us or not, and so on. But I was curious to hear if you think that the changes in intelligence perception that you saw, do you think this could reflect in more cooperation among both groups? Or do you think these changes in perception were too small or too subtle for participants and they wouldn't cause any real life changes?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So as you can see, that the simplest way to present what we found was we collapsed across everybody and all of the topics. And I've sort of tortured Hannah and Walter with these, huge, like multi-panel data things that are very hard to interpret unless unless you have a lot of time. But what you see is that the changes in intelligence they vary quite a bit by topic. And so what I think the real lesson is, from what we've been seeing is, this intervention is effective for certain kinds of topics and not others. I don't think we really have a line on what differentiates the topics where this is effective, but it's clear that there are some topics where the change in intelligence is pretty big. There are a couple things that might explain that. One could be things like how much exposure do you get to people who disagree with you on this issue? How settled are you on your opinion about this issue? So I think you're right to say like the overall effect when we collapse across all of the groups is pretty small. I will say like they are in line with what we see from the Stanford study. So the effects are about as big as these other interventions that just got published in Science. So one thing to say is just, the interventions here, they don't have big effects in general. But to get any kind of effect on the basis of a short intervention is pretty good. But for some topics, the changes are much bigger. And so that's the important thing, is to figure out like where are the topics where we can spend more effort on doing this kind of intervention. Sorry. So yeah, I think that's a really great question.
Okay,
So
thank you.
the only thing I would add is that what we want to figure out, specifically to Fernanda's question of whether intelligence would have an impact, we want to figure out one form of cooperation where you really only want to cooperate with people who are intelligent, and another form where you don't care how intelligent they are, maybe you care how benevolent they are. So I don't write papers with people unless I think they're intelligent. That's a form of cooperation that requires intelligence. But if you do like Valdir's public goods game, it's not clear that, intelligence, you just want somebody who's going to be willing to share, and that might be more about goodwill. So what would be really helpful would be to think through one cooperation task that requires the partner to be intelligent, another that doesn't, and then we could run them both after playing the app and see whether the app leads to more cooperation in one or the other or both.
Yeah, okay, that really, really makes sense. Thank you. It's really exciting to hear this and to guess that this could help. So I'm gonna pass on to Nicole here. She'll say this question.
Hi. Really interesting talk. I think it's super relevant even to our context now with just the recent election in the US. But I had a question about your choice to make the political affiliation more of like discrete categories. So you had the Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. Did y'all ever consider investigating that as a spectrum of having, I don't know, because I was thinking about your study of how people agree with the reasons. I get the impression that people who have more extreme political views might be less tolerant to the other reasons. So if y'all had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, we do have a measure of partisan strength that we also ask people. So what we had was, people could identify as Republican or Democrat or Independent, and then we asked a follow-up of how important is it to you that you identify as a Republican, Democrat, and you'll see some people say, I'm a Republican, don't care at all. I'm a Democrat and I care about it a ton. So we control for partisan strength in all of those models. But you're right that it has the effect that you would expect. So people who have very strong partisan identity are less receptive to this intervention, and it's the people, in the middle, who don't have strong partisan strength or in the middle. I think the interesting thing, this is just another thing that's too much to show for one slide, but the intervention is only really ineffective for people that are at the extreme end of partisan strength, where it's like it's very important to me that I'm a Republican or Democrat. You may think, yeah, those people like they're gone, like they don't want to compromise. But it's pretty effective for all of the other levels. So it looks like, even it looks like it works for people even who are like maybe more than just moderate, but not extreme. I don't know if that answers the question.
No, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Finally, we have Anna, also wants to ask a question.
Hi. Hi, Walter, Sam, and Hannah. It's such a pleasure to be meeting you and to listen to your talk. It's such an honor to be asking questions. You mentioned rigidity regard others' opinion as an aspect of polarization phenomena, and later about intelligence perception. I've read about the need for closure aspect and its impact on even valuation when receiving information, whether it's coming from in-group members or out-group members. My question is, how can this need for closure impact this cognitive need for closure impact on polarization, and especially on intelligence perception and correcting misperceptions?
Need for closure is it's people don't like uncertainty. Is that the
Yeah, kind of like when you receive, actually, you search for easy understanding responses to like complex questions. It's kind of this aspect people have. Some people have actually.
We didn't ask about it, but I think it'd be really interesting to throw it in. That's a great suggestion. I mean, tell me if you agree. My hypothesis, which is really just a guess, is that people who need closure are going to not want to admit that the reasons on the other side are any good. So they're going to be more likely to say, that's no good. That's because they want to keep their position. To admit that the reason on the other side is a good reason is going to undermine their closure. But I'm just guessing. You think that makes sense?
Yeah, it does when you think about the in-group bias, when you have this intelligence perception. I think it's leading to this way also. I think this is an hypothesis on this question.
Yeah, we got to throw that in next time we gather data. Add a question about need for closure. That's a great.
I like that a lot. That's good.
I think that's really nice, Anna, and I love that. I think it feels really connected to this like tolerance for ambiguity, or the capacity to tolerate ambiguity. And I like Walter's saying, it would be really cool for us to explore that. And I also suspect like an increase in your ability to tolerate ambiguity maybe correlates with something like increased willingness to cooperate with someone on the other side, something like that. I mean, and if any of that turns out to be the case, it would be really neat to think about how to create interventions that help cultivate a capacity for tolerating ambiguity and kind of living with a bit of uncertainty and lack of closure. I think that's a really cool idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Question? Yeah. Professor Ronaldo, you can go.
Okay. Well, Sam, Hannah, and Walter, congratulations for the project. It's really an important endeavor to try to reduce this polarized situation that we are living in our countries. But I don't know if I'm missing any information of the presentation, maybe for Hannah, this question. Because in the context of the Jigsaw classroom of the Aronson proposal, you have some contingencies to implement this kind of producing of contact, of knowledge of the other groups and whatever. And in this case of the app, the idea is to produce such kind of contingencies, or just to disponibilize the app to people, try to do the jigsaw. What's the idea in this case?
That's a great question. Thank you. Thank you for pushing on that. And I think I didn't speak in very great detail about it. So we've got the games in the app structured like a jigsaw classroom. So and we're experimenting with like 2-player versions and 4-player versions. The 4-player version is closer to like a traditional jigsaw classroom where you have like 4 or 5 diverse students working together on like a group project. So we're going to see like which one maybe works best in this online context. But the idea is that in the app, just like in a jigsaw classroom, you have folks like a diverse group. So in our case, that would mean, say someone on the more liberal end of the spectrum and someone on the more conservative end of the spectrum paired up in the 2-player game, or like, 2 and 2 in the 4-player game. And then ideally what would happen is you would see a reason for the view that's not your own, and then have to share reasons, with your teammate who happens to be someone on the other side. And and you've got to cooperate and you depend on one another in order to like pass on from one room to the next. So that happens because of this quiz where you're both quizzed on both of the reasons that you just saw, and you have to depend on one another to get the information that you need in order to pass the test. So it's got those two kind of crucial, the cooperation and the interdependence from the jigsaw classroom. The institutional support feature too, so that you're not just kind of like free floating, and that there is some structure, is a bit more difficult to replicate. In the classroom, there's a teacher, so it's very easy to intervene and make sure people are doing what they should be doing. There's also some more, there's another piece of the jigsaw classroom that's also a bit harder to replicate in an online setting like the one we're thinking about, where you've got these additional groups. So each person from the group in a normal jigsaw classroom becomes an expert on like one part of the project that they're working on, and then they convene with other experts from other groups on that same topic. So when they come back to their original group and share their expertise, their other group members, it kind of mitigates the tendency for group members to say, oh, we don't like so and so, we'll dismiss what they have to say, they're not possibly an expert, because you know that they've convened with all the other experts. So it mitigates that tendency. It's harder to reproduce that in our app, so we'll see whether or not that makes a big difference, and whether or not the structure of the game itself can help like mimic some of the structure of a classroom and the teacher involvement. I think we're going to need to see whether and how we can, how far we go without that. If we need something like that, I'm really curious if you have any thoughts about what that could look like. But I mean, something maybe for us to think a lot more about. I hope that helps answer your question a little bit.
It helped a lot to understand a little bit more, because it's really an interesting. And one last comment, Sam, because you presented an information about your sample in one of the studies, that you have 41% as independent. Okay. But here in Brazil, I guess that you find something much bigger than this 41%, because we don't have a bipartisan situation here. We have 28 parties. So it's something really different of the political situation, and people to identify if this kind of political spectrum is harder. So, but I think that you have to discuss it with the people, the guys at the lab, and it's a different situation. But we have polarization in our particularities and idiosyncrasies.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we think is very interesting is, most of the polarization research is done in the US, but there's this very strange, the two-party structure in the US drives a lot of that polarization. So it's interesting to see in a country where you don't have the two-party structure, but you still have polarization, how well do some of these interventions work, or how much of it is just parasitic on, the two-party division. So I think that's one of the things we're interested in understanding better.
Can I ask a question back to you about that? Because I think that's such a great point you're raising. Do you think, and maybe more for us to talk about with Paulo and everybody later, but does the liberal conservative kind of framework, to what extent does that map on to the multi-party situation in Brazil? Like, do you know, does that make sense?
No, for me it makes sense, but you have some different personalizations of this kind of issue. You have some parties that is more connected to this kind of discourse, and you have some party, half of the parties that has more, for example, this discourses of the far right, for example. It's not the whole party. In these 20 parties, we have a lot of difference between them. And inside the parties, you also have people different. So it's really this idea of a bipartisan is completely, it's completely don't happen in Brazil because of this kind of mixing of ideas that happens inside the parties. So you have 28 parties, and inside the parties we have some small parties also. So it's something complicated to find and to identify in this kind of issue. So because of that, I imagine that you have a bigger part of the samples that will be something like the independent that you found in your study. So, but I'm giving some hints here, Paulo. So it's that in your collaboration, but something that we have to take in account in this kind of issue in Brazil for sure.
One comment to remember about independence in the US is that when studies have been done, large percentage of those so-called independents vote Republican every time, or they vote Democrat every time. They just like to call themselves independents. Sunshine Hilligus estimates that only 3% is really independent. And so that's a much smaller group. But I guess the question is, in Brazil, are we going to be able to say, are you left or right? And then it doesn't matter. It's not party we're looking at.
Yeah.
It's
That's it.
political ideology.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point, because we're not thinking in assessing the parties. We're thinking assess people, and people try to have their worldviews in terms of liberal and conservatives, in terms of left and right. So Brazil is a mess, as Ronaldo was saying. So we have all these parties, and they are not planned thinking on left and right. This was something in the past. These days they are just being created for many other reasons. But for the purpose of the project, I think this is not a problem, because in the project we are looking to people that have some different perspectives and are trying to put them together. And this is quite similar to the US, I think. I think John.
Bad, because we're way over time here, aren't we?
We are fine if you're fine. Next week's Ronaldo, so
Yeah, I mean, I'm following Ronaldo as long as it's okay. then I don't have much to say. So
Just one quick comment. I mean, I think the left-right distinction is pretty universal. The World Value Survey uses it. The European Social Survey uses it. So I think I don't necessarily know that it transcends party identification per se, but I think it encapsulates a worldview that I think is meaningfully consistent across political structures. But just my 2 cents. Ronaldo, take the stage.
That makes sense.
okay. So thank you, Professor Walter and Hannah, for your presentation. It was really great, and I love that it sparks new projects and other stuff. So we can talk more about that. Sorry, about that later. So we can move on to Ronaldo, I guess.
Yep. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So let's talk for this event. I'm going to present Professor Ronaldo Clares Rodrigues. It's very hard to say Brazilian names with an English accent, but Ronaldo holds a PhD in psychology from the University of Brasilia. He's a full professor in the Department of Social and Works Psychology, and he's a part also of the graduate program in social work and organizational psychology at the University of Brasilia. His research interests include social psychology, cultural and cross-cultural psychology, pro-social behavior, morality, and also the Brazilian way, what we call jeitinho. He's a member of the National Institute of Social and Affective Neuroscience, INCT-SANI, and he was a director of the Brazilian Society of Psychology for 2 terms and served as a president for this society. He's also the author of the popular science books, Science and Pseudoscience, Why Do We Believe Only What We Want to Believe? And the new release, The Brazilian Way, The Psychological Foundations of a Cultural Phenomenon. So thank you so much, Ronaldo, for being here with us today. And we are very much excited for your talk and your presence here in the lab for the next few days, few weeks. And thank you so much for accepting, and I'll let you start whenever you feel like to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruna. Thank you for this kind presentation. And I thank you for the invitation to this talk, to give this talk this afternoon, and to share and to be in the lab in these weeks to discuss the projects and to collaborate to each other. So let me share my screen here. Just a minute. I prepared some slides to this presentation. Tell me if something is working there for you.
Yeah, it's just not in presentation yet.
Is it in presentation now?
No,
We
not
can
yet.
see, but it is not full screen for us.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me see that.
Yeah, it's probably you share the PowerPoint without
Yes.
yeah.
Yes,
try
I have
okay.
to put in presentation mode first, and after I share. Just a minute.
Another PhD having problems with the system.
Oh, always.
You're not alone.
Always, John.
To the list of
Well, it's a blessing and a curse.
Mainly concerning Zoom. That's not really
Perfect
usable.
now. Yeah,
whatever.
Now it's okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect, Ronaldo.
Thank
Go on.
you.
Thank you. Perfect. Well, I decided to talk about today in a more meta-theoretical perspective, because I decided to talk about moral judgment, but discussing possibilities and ways to contextualize moral judgment research to different cultural contexts, or more broadly, for different contexts. So that's the idea. And I hope to give some possibilities of research to the field, not only to the moral judgment field research, but also to more broader perspectives, to social psychology, to have possibilities to have a more internationalized theoretical knowledge in our field. So that's the idea here. But I'd like to set in the problem, presenting some personal anecdotes from my research experience as a experimental social psychologist doing research in Brazil, mainly in University of Brasilia, in our capital. The first thing that I remember when I was preparing these slides was doing my formation about a really impressive paper that I read in the middle of 90s about the primary aggression. It was a really famous paper, and it was with a US student sample. And the researchers decided to do a dependent variable. They operationalized the variable. They were trying to to evaluate the impact of aggression priming on aggressive behavior, and they decided to use a time to interrupt a conversation between an experimenter and a confederate. So they observed the time that the participant take to interrupt a conversation as a measure of aggression or impolite behavior. And I ask Brazilians, and I always ask, if you try to replicate this procedure in Brazil, probably it doesn't work, because the interruption of conversation is something that for our context is not something that means impoliteness in my evaluation. And the second case was an effort that we had several years after, around 2010, that we are trying to replicate some experimental procedures, more specifically some experimental effects of prosocial behavior, more specifically than the effect of bitter taste on prosocial behavior, and we try to reproduce in the best way possible the protocol of the original paper that was in a US sample also. And the sample defined, the procedure defined that we have to compensate with payment the participants, and a significant part of our students at University of Brasilia refused to receive the money, because they arguing that they were helping the researcher to accept and take part in the experiment as a way of prosocial behavior to help the student to do his research. So it was something that is also depicts these contextual proximal factors that we have to take in account in our field to implement experimental procedures, for example. So this kind of anecdotes is to setting the issue, the important issue of contextualizing research in behavioral sciences. And this contextualization involves many levels and instances. For example, from the broader theoretical comprehension, the definition of concepts, and also to subtle procedural decisions, as these two examples that I gave in this first part of the slides, and decisions to how to produce the variables to do the data collection. And it's important to mention, since the beginning of the presentation, that context, I'm not understanding context as nation or an example of culture. I will discuss a little bit more this conceptual problem that usually we have in our field to consider that a nation is an example or a proxy of culture, but also more immediate issues. So, for example, in the case of our difficulty to reproduce these experimental prosocial behavior experiments, the context we can understand in this case, a proximal context of these students in where receiving payment for participating in research is something completely bizarre, because when they decide to participate, they decide for other reasons than to get credits or to get some money in participation. So this kind of context is more broader, but culture and nation also is part of this contextualization, of course. Well, international perspective to theoretical development in psychological research, something that increases in the last 10 or 15 years in our field in the discussion of the international literature. So there is a platform more contextualized psychology and social psychology in particular. We have some scholars arguing, defending this kind of perspective. It reverberated broader in the last 15 years, maybe because of this, what was called or several named as the weird problem. But I believe that it increased the discussion and importance of such an issue. But the idea of weird, the concept of idea, the weird is not necessarily a concept, nor a theoretical comprehension. At the end, it was a glue acronym. It has several misunderstanding problems, such as mixing extremely different ideas as Western industrialization, for example. And it's not a really good way to classify cultural or contextual variation. I consider that it's a discussion that follows the issue behind the weird problem is really relevant, but we cannot use this concept to classify groups or cultural groups or even subgroups inside cultures, inside nations, because of it's not properly and a concept developed to classify this kind of variable in a higher hierarchical level of analysis. So I think that it's important, but we have to go further and try to use better possibilities to classify, to understand context and also culture in our field. The issue of the comparative studies is not new in our field. Just for instance, the Cross-Cultural Psychology Association has more than 50 years. So comparative studies in behavioral, social psychology and behavioral sciences, and to study behavioral processes, the impact of the variation of culture and behavioral process is something usual in the literatures, at least since the 70s. Probably before 70s, we found there is publications that trying to do this kind of comparison. But usually this tradition of research use cultural unpacking dimensions based on theoretical models such as values or social axioms, or maybe tightness and looseness. That is one new dimension that is really being used since 10 or 12 years ago, trying to compare, to understand cultures. This is a tradition. It has a lot of contributions. It is important, but we usually have in this literature these problems of using, for example, nations as proxies of cultures, which is a problem recognized in the discussion in this literature, because we can't find or can't understand nation as a cultural monolith, because there are variations within country or nation. If you use examples as, for example, United States and Brazil, just these two countries, you have clear subcultures within these countries. And this is a problem when you're trying to compare or to use the idea of a culture as synonyms of countries or nations. Of course, that they use the idea of using nations as a level of analysis. It's important for several reasons. For example, because of usually a common language to produce stimuli to do research, comparable research, or because of central governments that define a lot of the structure of the nations. But it's evident that in big countries like Brazil, and even in smaller countries, we have differences inside these countries with clear subcultures that people in the history of these subcultures, they developed some particularities that make them different between this same nation. So this is one of the problems to use nations as proxies of cultures. So it's something that we have to take into account in this literature. But as I'm saying, that these impacting dimensions of these theoretical models are not enough to contextualize research, in my opinion, and of some colleagues. And our own research experience shows that a way to try to bring more contextualization to research is to study behavioral syndromes. It can be a complementary to the traditional comparative research of nations and cultures, understanding as these theoretical models of these impacting dimensions try to theorize about cultures. And the syndromes can be understood as a set of behavior strategies that are well recognized by individuals from populations who share a cultural background. So it's a way to operationalize culture, more proximal of sets of behaviors that usually people socialized in a specific group can easily identify and are socialized in this kind of set of behavioral behavior strategies. Although syndromes have some idiosyncrasies in its cultural contexts, they also share common psychological underpinnings. And this is a way to get back to a more universal perspective if you can find and connect for different behavioral syndromes, common psychological underpinnings as a way to comprehend and to identify similarities between these behavioral syndromes that are developed in specific cultural or social groups. So it's a perspective not to go so deep into a study of behavioral syndromes in a kind of ethno-psychological perspective in which we lost the connections of a more universal perspective to understand the psychological behavioral phenomena, because human behavioral landscape is ample, but it is also limited to common features. So it's important to understand this proposal of the study of behavioral syndromes as a way to also produce more internationalized or ample or pan-cultural connections with these syndromes. Cultural syndromes, so, can be a way to grasp relevant contextual factors, but there is also an opportunity to connect back to more universal perspective. So in this comprehension, I'm understanding the study of behavioral syndromes as a way to complement the more comparative of nations, traditional studies in cross-cultural psychology, for example, in cross-cultural social psychology. And the showcase that I bring here, of course, is our research line, research program in Brazilian Jeitinho. I cited here some of the selected papers. Just the last citation here is our book that was launched last month, but the other are papers published in English in international journals, and I have the whole reference at the end of the presentation. In our research, we defined the Brazilian Gentile as an ingenious problem-solving mechanism employed in challenging or restricting contexts that necessitate creativity and social finesse, often suffused with deception, cunning, and norm violations, to achieve important goals that would not be achieved otherwise, or maybe could be achieved otherwise, but with more effort and usually with a lower degree of success to reach some goal or some objective. And our research has demonstrated with different replications and different samples. In the last 15 years, we have developed something like 15 or 20 projects with different samples from all over Brazil. And usually we found two main dimensions of this behavioral strategy, the Brazilian Jeitinho. These two dimensions are orthogonal. They don't have a clear correlation or relation between them. The first one is jeitinho simpático, that is a blend of creativity with simpatia. So it's a behavioral script to maintain that seeks to maintain a good social climate during the interaction. So this is a combination of these two main aspects. And jeitinho malandro, for its turn, it's a combination of norm transgression with usually deception and sometimes law breaking, and they are related to different psychological underpinnings. Our research has demonstrated that jeitinho, for example, these two dimensions, the use of jeitinho simpático requires some a profile in the case of the Big Five personality inventory, the use of extroversion, agreeableness, and openness, personality profile, and also people who prioritize values of self-transcendence and openness in the Schwartz model. This dimension requires this kind of traits to use jeitinho simpático. For its turn, jeitinho malandro requires low level of agreeableness and conscientiousness, personality profiles, and prioritize values of self-enhancing, and has a lower priority of conservatism. So this these results is a way that we try to connect to a more pan-cultural models of comparison, these two models of the big five model of personality and also the Schwartz value has data collected all over the world, are and models stable across cultures. And it was our study, we could show that this kind of underpinnings or psychological correlates are really systematically correlated with these two dimensions of jeitinho. And this is a way to connect in this behavioral syndrome, to connect back to a more universal or a pan-cultural understanding of such kind of behaviors. Such research program so permitted a deeply description of components of jeitinho. So we started our research program with more inductive strategies to comprehend better the structure of the jeitinho, and then we developed some psychometric measures to understand and to comprehend a better representation of jeitinho in a bigger samples, and also related back to a more universal and theoretical validated models to understand such kind of underpinning. So the idea of showing and comprehend jeitinho here is a showcase, because there are several others behavioral syndromes already described in the literature, including studies that are trying to compare the similarities of such kind of syndromes in different countries, in different nations. We consider that this kind of strategy of our research program can be a possibility to study other behavioral syndromes in other cultures, giving a more deep understanding of this process in the culture specificity, but also to recognize or to connect back with more broader comprehensions in this kind of theoretical models that we have in cross-cultural and comparative psychology in the literature. But when we think about a more specific process or behavioral judgment, as the case of moral judgments research, we can apply some ideas also to trying to develop more contextualized scenarios to study moral judgment research. I have a PhD student now, he's in the middle of his work, Cleno Couto, that are developing and trying to apply some of these ideas to develop more properly contextualized moral judgment scenarios to understand moral judgment processes. So it's a possible look of these insights of research program of jeitinho, trying to apply to this field of research. Over this research in using scenarios, I know that the lab here in Mackenzie is aware of this kind of issue. We have discussed this in the last years sometimes, that the scenarios has several limitations, and it's also present in the literature of moral judgment research using scenarios about the problem of realism and applicability to real life situations. For example, when you remember about the trolley scenario, the most famous and probably the first one used to study moral judgment research using scenarios, it's really problematic to imagine that somebody will have that problem in his life of deciding if they are pushing some kind of mechanism to change the direction of the trolley. So this kind of discussion is present in the literature. More realist scenarios has published in recent years trying to overcome this limitation, developing and seeking to improve this strategy to study. But we keep needing to move forward in this contextualization of the scenarios, to have more contextualized scenarios. And we consider in our group that it's possible to do it using some insights from the behavioral syndromes, behavioral cultural syndromes, as a way to trying to develop some kind of contextualization. So the study of universal moral judgment needs to utilize more properly contextualized scenarios for the target population. So it's something that's important to take in account, and the motivation of our efforts that Glenn is leading in our group in his PhD project now. So the themes are more frequently observed in a social context, for example, is on that it's one of the ideas that we are using to develop more contextualized scenarios. Here I have a scenario that was adapted for Kleno in his research. It was produced in US and Canadian samples. This scenario is something interesting that try to go further that limitation of the first generation scenarios of moral judgment. This one, I'm going to read here quickly. You are the head of a restaurant in a country ruled by a controversial president. Since he took power, he was tried to suppress any form of opposition. Many people who dare to speak out against him have unexpectedly disappeared, and their bodies have later been found in mass graves. So, going on, the president is visiting the restaurant where you work. You are the head of. You know that he is regularly allergic to peanuts, and you notice that a waiter accidentally mistook his dishes, which did not contain peanuts, for a dish that contains a small amount of peanut oil. Although the amount is too small to be noticeable, it would be enough to kill him and provide a chance for a new political era in your country, and no one would find out that the waiter did it. In this case, it is acceptable to stop the waiter from serving the dish with peanut oil. So that scenario was adapted. We found that was comprehensible by Brazilian participants, and we could replicate some results from the international literature, but the scenario keeps being really distant from the most part of the reality of the Brazilian participants. For example, in a social inequality society such as Brazil, who would identify as a head of a restaurant, even a restaurant in which a president goes to dinner, for example. So it keeps seeming too unrealistic in several contexts, and we also consider that it's possible to apply, it's comprehensible to Brazilian, but we consider that it emulates, it's poor to emulate some processes, affective and cognitive process that can be emulated in a better way in scenarios that can work in a more appropriate and contextually proximal to our research participants. So Kleno is developing such a new set or generation of scenarios trying to get this kind of contextual possibilities, and inspired in some ideas that we have about jeitinho behavioral syndrome. Scenarios like this is being developed. In this case, we don't have data yet. Kleno is finalizing these scenarios, but soon we hope to have some data to test if it works in the same way, and if it emulates better the issues that we want to emulate in this kind of situation to understand moral judgment. In this case, a city is facing an outbreak of a serious disease, and access to a life-saving medication is extremely limited and is only available through the Brazilian public health system. The population is in panic, and the authorities are distributing the doses only to priority groups since the production of the medicine is scarce. Your aunt was recently diagnosed with the disease, but she is not part of the priority group, and despite her condition being worrying, she may go some time without the medication. However, an acquaintance of yours who works at the hospital where the doses of the medicine are stored or offers you a way to obtain the medication. In this case, is it acceptable to receive the medication for your family member, even knowing that this will take away the opportunity for someone in a more serious condition to be treated, leading to their death? Evidently, that this scenario, Kleno developed more than one, of course, but this one is emulating something that we repeatedly found in our research about Jeitinho behavioral syndrome. That is the case of cutting line. In cutting line is something really that Brazilians associate with Jeitinho, and of course that you have other issues about an acquaintance here that can be access to the medication that involves that you take a conversation and ask for this coding line for these people, for this person that has access to the medication in the hospital. So it tries to grasp some of the ideas of the research program of Jeitinho, and it's a way trying to improve this contextualization. And now the idea is to do data collection with the scenarios and compare with the other ones that was translated and adapted from the international literature, and compare the differences of the decisions process, of moral process in these two situations. So given now, I finalized the exemplification in the case of the moral judgment, and now to bring a bigger picture, a bigger possibility as a research agenda to social psychology to produce more contextualized psychological research, and also to our worries in the application of this kind of knowledge to produce interventions and promote a better work. Because I think that we have to produce a better theoretical comprehensions to make better interventions in behavioral science. So this production of more contextualized knowledge is important. Cross-cultural research should avoid the ethic positions from the emic and ethic discussion of the cross-cultural psychology, because usually cross-cultural psychology uses these broader comprehensions and comparing nations, increase the possibility of ethic impositions in the understanding and comprehension of the results of the data collection, and to reach an agenda of the sustainable objective of the United Nations. It's really important to produce knowledge that is possible to be applied to different contexts, cultures, and more specific contexts. So it's of uttermost importance to understand this theoretical underpinning of behavioral interventions that we are using in Brazil and in other parts of the world. In some places with more effectiveness and other places with less effectiveness, probably because the theoretical underpinning of these behavioral interventions were developed in a more restricted cultural variation or contexts. So this traditional cross-cultural research comparisons of nations and cultures is not necessary enough. So that's why our proposition to also establish some strategies to collaborative research to understand, to describe more deeply these behavioral strategies, behavioral syndromes within cultures, and to connect it with more theoretical models to produce more contextualized research. So we think that it's an important agenda for our field, including to promote more effective interventions all over the world. So the research agenda could be the mapping and develop taxonomies of behavioral syndromes as a path to such contextualization. Not only that ethnopsychological research should deeply comprehend such syndromes, but it's important to deeply understand such syndromes to comprehend the broad aspects or components of the syndromes, the behavioral syndromes, to after connect with more broader theoretical comprehensions and more universal and pan-cultural models, so we can do this kind of interconnection. In our Brazilian Jeitinho research program is an example of how to develop such kind of research. Is in a way to produce a more universal comprehension. And I think that this context of research that we have now with these easily collaborations, international collaborations, can facilitate this kind of research agenda because we have to work with multicultural and multi-country teams. But these multi-country teams, we have to have experienced and researchers, local researchers that can identify this kind of behavioral syndrome, to define it and to do more inductive research to understand such kind of behavioral process of connected to these behavioral syndromes. So it's important to these groups, local groups, lead the research programs. And after that, the possibility to contribute in a more multi-country teams to connecting these behavioral syndromes as a way to contextualize in specific countries, in specific contexts, relevant stimuli and relevant theorization about social psychological process. So local research usually of understudied contexts, usually non-global North countries, because probably in some countries we also have these behavioral syndromes already described, but in the most part of the world probably don't have these behavioral syndromes described, and it's a possibility to do these connections and a strategy to do this kind of identification. And for last, just to finalize, I think that we have a tradition in cross-cultural research of a more top-down look when you compare countries, and usually you produce more centralized stimuli and also more centralized teams leading research to compare. And maybe it's an important look, but also we have to produce more bottom-up research to produce a more refined and contextualized ways to comprehend process, behavioral and psychological process, but also to produce stimuli that's more proximal to the target population of that locations, because I think with this combination it's possible to really reach this important agenda of social psychology to produce a more contextualized and internationalized comprehension of different processes that we are interested in, and also in the case of the interventions that we are so eager to produce and to resolve the polarization problems, the climate change, and also other emergencies that we have in our world nowadays. So my email is here. So just to give this possibility of contact, and I finalize it here. So Bruna, I don't say it's Bruna or is it?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, so
Thank you so
it's
much,
okay,
Ronaldo,
stop
for your
sharing.
talk.
Perfect. That's it. That's what I was prepared. I think that I did in the right time.
You were amazing with the time management. Thank you. We appreciate it. We can actually do the whole thing in our own schedule. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your talk and you bringing this so relevant information about the way that we live and something that is so embedded in our culture. So it's very nice to hear about that. We do have some questions from Lorenzo, so I'm gonna hand over to him and he's gonna ask you a few questions.
Hi, Ronaldo. Have some questions about the jeitinho brasileiro. One of your study is SDO, and the SDOs measure more specifically the preference for the society share in hierarchies. But do you know if has some different in when the participant locate in which social class or the feeling of power, because there is some literature. If you stay in high social classes, this doesn't mean you have power, but just mean you have a good access or to some object of status. But now it's not a rule. You be in a high social class, mean power, and if you know, or I don't know, if you have some hypothesis about this relationship, jeitinho brasileiro and power, because I think has a little bit more about controlling other people, climb the social hierarchy, and what do you think?
Oh, thank you, Lorenzo. It's an important question. Systematically in our studies, we found a correlation between jeitinho malandro and SDO. In the studies where we measure the both constructs at the same time, it is repeated. It's a positive correlation, and usually it seems to us that people that use deception, for example, to solve problem, that the idea of the jeitinho malandro, also endorse more hierarchical differences in the society. That's the idea of the construct. But your question is important, and unfortunately, I don't remember. Maybe we did some analysis in some projects. It's so long line of research, so we started it in 2007, but I don't remember now. But I think that we didn't explore really much the differences between different socio-economical level that we had in our samples in the jeitinho projects, and this kind of possible moderator that this socioeconomic variable can produce in the jeitinho endorsement, in the both dimensions of jeitinho endorsement. But I remember that some people identified sometimes some strategies of jeitinho that you have to combine with some social power to use it. It happens mainly in the more inductive research at the beginning of the research program, that it used to happen. People identify this kind of issue. So I think that we have some possibilities to explore, to understand a little bit more. But also, jeitinho is mainly the use of simpático dimension is also a way to establish some social relationship, but also is not necessarily related to impose some power relations to resolve problems. So that's why it's so important to understand jeitinho with these two dimensions, and understand that these two dimensions are orthogonal, because usually one kind of strategy is not necessarily connected to other, but usually both are the central themes. There's the central comprehension of the behavioral syndrome. So I think that we have to explore a little bit more this of the variation of socioeconomic status. And maybe some of our samples were a little bit limited in this kind of variation, mainly in the beginning of the research program. More recently, we have more diverse samples that responded our questionnaire, but we have to explore furthermore this relationship. But for sure, that's important to explore.
If I may just add a question based on your answer. If many things that we do in this way, like Brazilian jeitinho, people may consider them morally wrong, as you already have studied. Have you ever, explore more the side if the people who have done something that is considered wrong morally, they have been, have you ever put some measure of punishment if they, have to pay in some way, or prison time, or whatever way, if there was a thing that you already study or not?
I think that one or two of our projects, we related jeitinho, some of the questionnaires, to morally debatable scales that measure issues related to punishment and this kind of issue. And if I remember properly, we observed systematic correlations of jeitinho malandro with this kind of endorsement. Theoretically, it meaning sense for me because we also observe some kind of more conservative comprehensions related to this jeitinho. So we don't have specifically, for example, scenarios of punishment of morally transgressions. Don't have this kind of data, but some data related to morally debatable issues, we found some relations. And usually it appears with jeitinho malandro, not with jeitinho simpático.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
Do you have another one?
No, I think
Yeah, that's all. Okay, so thank you so much, Ronaldo, for being here and for giving this talk and taking the time to be here with us. I'm gonna call Paulo so he can close this session and the event for the last time.
And
Thank you
Vivian.
all.
Okay, thank you very much, Ronaldo. It's so great to hear your talk and so many interesting things and with jeitinho. It's so cool the way in English jeitinho malandro. It was very interesting and this discussion is so important, so important. And thank you very much for presenting your work and being here. And I also like to thank you for coming to São Paulo and staying with us in the lab. It's so cool, so great. And I already said it to you. You are one of the most important social psychologists in Brazil. I truly believe on that. You are doing an amazing job on these issues. We know some different traditions in social psychology in Brazil. I don't want to make any uh, create any issue here, but you are oh my God, you are doing a lot of things for the social psychology in Brazil and on experimental social psychology and all these things. It's so important and it's important for the psychological undergrad. It's important for the postgraduate. It's important for Brazil to have this kind of research being done here. And so, thank you for all your work. It's I truly admire you, and thank you for your talk.
It's a pleasure, Paulo. The collaboration is a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. So with these guys, we are finishing our Rethinking the Future 2, the revenge. but as Rumble and Rocky, we have number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. We have many Rethinking the Futures for the future. So anyone interested in the Rethinking the Future number 3, just following us at the internet, at Instagram, go visit our website. We already have a link for the Rethinking the Future number 3. There is just some few information, but the webpage is already there. Next year, it will be on presence.
Yeah, if everything goes right.
If everything goes
Yeah.
right, we're gonna be here, everyone in
Yeah.
São Paulo.
In São Paulo, everybody interacting and also sharing through the internet because some people sometimes cannot come, but the idea is to make it again in person. And so just keep following us. And thank you very much for everybody that follow all the sessions, all the talks, also all the PhD and master defenses. That was something that we decided to test. And I think it was quite cool to include the defenses in the middle of the meeting. I think it's a way to put what we do inside the walls of the university, really outside, so people can really follow it, can really understand how it's a defense, how we discuss this kind of things. And also, it makes science really open and public. So I think it worked quite well. And for that, I would like to thank my students that accepted this challenge because you went to YouTube to present your thesis. And so thank you guys. Congratulations. And I would also like to thank you, everybody here that make a lot of effort to put this meeting working. And as always, I need to thank Ana Luisa. Ana Luisa is awesome, and she is all the time there. I'd like to also thank Pedro. Pedro just entered at our institute recently, and really quick, he becomes one of us. And he's so integrated, and it was great to have Pedro here. And also thank Bruna, Fe, Aldir, Leticia, Ruth, Nicole, everybody here, Bia, everybody, people feel hugged. Yeah. So you're doing amazing, and you are doing, and you are already, Bruna, and everybody here, you are working on the Rethinking #3 already with a proposal for CAPS. So guys, you are the power of this one. So thank you very much. And that's it. Let's enjoy the holiday. Yeah, it's holiday tomorrow. The Brazil is the Republic.
And thanks, John, for staying with
Oh,
us.
thank you, John. Yeah, John is still here with us.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh man, you are the man. You are the river.
Really a river for
You
us.
are the real river for your people. Let me see, John. Where is John? No, he's not here anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on the sea, but just
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. So thank you guys. Thank you everybody. See you all next year. Thank you again, Ronaldo. It was super. Thank you very much. So yeah, see you.
Bom feriado. Segunda também.
Até segunda.
Vamos que vamos.
Tem feriado também, né?
E quarta tem de novo feriado. É. Dia da consciência.